The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
A big thank you and salute. We're going to get to the financial gifts right now. A big thank you and salute. I'm actually lightheaded. I am lightheaded over the victories for White Wellbeing. This is so glorious in the service of our people. You can see by these examples and the ones that I cited from earlier, how you can take the Go Free stratagem into the world, into your life. You can change the curriculum at a school. You can get a major media outfit to change the image they're using in their reportage. You can get a union to come to your defense, even when it's anti-white blacks saying how much of a racist you are. You can get a fucking police department to immediately change their policy. This is replicable. This is scalable. If it's done to change major media, union, a school curriculum, and a police department policy, it can be replicated, scaled up to hundreds of thousands. And if it's scaled up to hundreds of thousands, as I have been arguing for well over a decade, if it's scaled up to hundreds of thousands, we have our destiny back. Everything changes. This should be clipped. It should be promoted on billboards. It should be all over Twitter. It should be in everyone's face. Everywhere. This is how we recapture the destiny of Westernkind. This is how we put an end to our victimization. End of conversation. Big salutes. Big salutes.
Is 1880. All of Western civilization is under attack by hordes of spiteful mutants. Defend the West from insects, anime fans, furries, journalists, and other hideous futuristic abominations. Level up your Westmen, move your troops, use eccentric weapons, protect your women's, and conquer the world in Westman. Try the prototype today at StudioDinoStorm.com.
We can make an impact, grab it, then take it. to tear us apart. They throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadows, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the strength of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of the hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. With strength in our hearts, and pride in our soul, we'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. No white guilt, I'm proud of my name. In this world of darkness, I'll never feel shame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. I strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
My God, it's Sunday, ladies and gentlemen. It's Church of the West Day. We are back. We are live, and we are alive, and we are ready to take the world by storm. Church of the West featured stories today. LA anti-white terror to go national? Guess we'll find out. What is counterfeiting victory? Is that something that you want to do or even tolerate? Heather MacDonald interview. Man, you're really going to be impressed by this. We have the lesson of the day. Again, counterfeiting victory. Your comments, your questions, and then there's this. The CIA, the LA Police Department, and the National Guard are on a training exercise together. They're told to go into the woods and bring back a squirrel. The LA Police Department goes first. Hours later, they come back empty-handed. There were no roads or street lights. Our shoes got dirty and our uniforms got torn, so we gave up. The CIA went in next. Hours later, they come back empty-handed. We found a squirrel, but you see, he was a low-level squirrel. So we turned him into an asset and are waiting for him to lead us to the top squirrel. The National Guard went in next. 10 minutes later, they came out, dragging a semi-conscious El Salvadorian by the name of Kilmar Obrego Garcia, who had 2 black eyes and was coughing on tear gas. I confess, he said, I'm a squirrel. Yes, leave it to the National Guard, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know that you can hear me okay. Big salutes. It is Sunday. It is Church of the West, 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac at 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow, waiting to get some information to see if you can hear me okay. It is glorious to be with you. What time is it in the part of the world where you are living and going free on this glorious Sunday? It's another wonderful Sunday. Every Sunday is a wonderful Sunday as we come together in service of white well-being. I'm so happy we got the word. It is indeed audible. Your hierarchy, ladies and gentlemen, is audible. We'll make sure that that stays the case. Make sure that while you are here today in service to white well-being, that you are tweeting, retweeting, quote tweeting, post tweeting, posting here and posting there, because it's the only way we're going to get through the shunting, the anti-whites, cutting our tongues out of our mouths so that we can reach our brothers and sisters with a message of love, hope, and redemption that recaptures our destiny and creates the West for us that is ours, that we deserve, and is a place that is safe and good and moral and noble for all peoples of all backgrounds that live here. It is only going to be done by this way, and there is a lot of things taking place out there. As you can see, the National Guard has shown up. They've shown up and they'll get your squirrel. I promise you that. They'll get your squirrel. While we're together today, you can financially gift yours truly by heading on over to the Cash app that allows cash to be financially gifted on it. And I'll be keeping my eye on that as monitors over to my right, your left, ladies and gentlemen. Also, Subscribe Star monitors over here. I will be monitoring. And if you financially give that way, we will read it while we are here and live. Also, we have up and running Entropy, which is properly called the Dude Bro Moment platform. And there's the great Dallas Malloy. She also confirming that I can be heard here. Thank you so much. You can financially gift by rappelling down into the description below. You will see the options, which include Premium, Rumble, and D-Live, Odyssey, all up and running today. Even X is running today. Can you believe it? Twitter, the platform where Samuski was there first. Samuski. Promethean Hails. Folks, a big Promethean Hails to you, brother. He writes over there on the live chat on X. Daughter of Eve is there. And GWM is there. Good to see. He's reposted the stream. God bless you. God bless you for that. Hello, dear Westernkind and White Wellbeing community. You can also financially gift by heading on over to the Foundation for whitewellbeing.org. That is a place where you can donate a 501c3, the premier organization serving the well-being of Westernkind, White Wellbeing, ladies and gentlemen. You can head on over there, please, if you financially gift there and get yourself a little tax break on that donation. Please designate yours truly as the destination for those funds. I will dearly appreciate it. It could be Jason. It could be our hierarchy. It could be No White Guild. It could be any of the above. It's wonderful. You can make any of those options your option. You can also head on over to nowhiteguild.org. Click on the financial gift tab. You'll see the options that I just mentioned, as well as cryptocurrency wallets, 5 of them. Send me a small cryptocurrency donation first, or financial gift, I should say, there first, and then I will share the subsequent week. That's some, and then the week after, you can send whatever your gift will be, my friends, my brothers and sisters, whatever that gift will be. We also have a snail mail address, and you can reach out on the snail mail address in any way. In fact, we have in the thaumatological mailbag. That's right, I said the thaumatological mailbag. We have a piece of mail today. I was happy to come across it. We'll be getting to that a little bit later as we celebrate this glorious Sunday in service to White Wellbeing. Church of the West Hierarch in the house of Swash. That is the house of Swash. And I already see so many swashing champions who are in the live chat. God bless every single one of them. Do your part and make sure you retweet, repost. As I was saying, and let folks know that we are live. It's the only way that we are going to come across the good white folks out there, and even the good non-white people who are doers. They're self-starters. They want to get involved. They actually want to do something. They don't want to counterfeit victory. And we're going to be talking about that in just a minute. This lesson of the day, and a big lesson it is. Otherwise, make sure you tag me as No White Guilt across any of these platforms. If you do so on the live chat, as you just saw on X, I might put your comment up on the screen for all to see and celebrate you and think, wow, that's a pretty amazing avatar that person has. Whatever it is, I might put it up on the screen. Otherwise, across any of these platforms, Premium, Rumble, and YouTube, I see on this monitor over here. I see we even have Jason in the house in the live chat. What a great name. And there's the great Ford Norland Brand Danger. Both here. Sundays are truly amazing to get together in service to White Wellbeing. And what explosive victories we are having in service to White Wellbeing. The first thing I want to do is I want to just reiterate very briefly what we talked about on Wednesday, and that was the colossal victory of appearing down in Greenville, South Carolina, with a number of heroic champions at the Will to Power. That's where I was, the Will to Power conference. And we have here in a tweet that I posted just the other day, and you should be quote tweeting, retweeting, sharing. Had a great time this weekend with Congressman Steve King, Congressman Steve Stockman, Ron Paul's campaign manager, Lou Moore, Philip DeWinter of Vlaams Blanc, TPC's James Edwards, and many other notables. As you can see, yours truly, I was given 2 cameos at the beginning and at the end of this conference, little 5 minutes each go, and we rocked the house. But most importantly, I had great conversations with heroes across the white sympathetic sphere who had shown up at the Will to Power conference, good white folk coming together from different sectors of our societies, even indeed different countries, of course, different economic strata as well, coming together. And I heard repeatedly that you all, your work, the House of Swash is recognized, is known, is perceived as a force, non-pareil on the internet. They might not know all of your names exactly or be able to remember all of your avatars. They know you, though. They see you showing up. They see you swashing. They see you commenting. They observe your moral stance, and more importantly, maybe than anything else, noticing our work as well, they see very clearly the colossal victories that we have, and they can feel at a fundamental level that having a moral matrix appealing to our brothers and sisters on that plane is the only way that we are ever going to have white identity again, a white race standing up together as a white people, seeking individual well-being by way of our people's group well-being, which is indeed the definition of a people, ladies and gentlemen. So I want to personally give, whether you are in the outreach team, whether you are a solo actor in service to white well-being, here implementing the practice, the lexical and dialectical power of the Go Free dialogic, the armory of the work that we do, ladies and gentlemen. I want to give you a big salute, and I want to convey to you the reality that the entirety of the white sympathetic sphere is seeing and knowing and appreciating. Some of them maybe are a little not terribly happy because we are having so many victories, and they maybe don't like that. But nonetheless, all of them observing the great work that you are doing, you are recognized, ladies and gentlemen. I did not expect to be hearing that when I was there, but you are recognized. Big salutes to every single one of you for the hard work that you're doing. God bless. God bless. Yeah, and we hope to be able to have some of these heroes. I mean, Congressman Steve Stockman, ladies and gentlemen, took on the establishment. He took on the IRS by way of the vector of the hardcore criminal Lois Lerner. That takes some cojones, I can tell you that much. Hearing their stories, their speeches were amazing. So many smart, heroic people, the white race coming together for the good of everyone who lives in our Western countries. Because as we're going to talk about in just a minute, another proof of what we talk about right here and the lens we use in service to white well-being. First, though, I just want to very briefly say, that last Wednesday, I spoke a little bit on the IQ, the bell curve within the white race, and how the males in the white race, you're going to have more idiot guys and more genius, or at least above IQ guys, than you will have of females on either side. And some guys got jealous about, they got a little they had some insecurity. We pointed that out because we have this phenomenon where you've got guys, more often it'll be guys than females, will show up and they're like, huh, I don't understand this Go Free stuff. I don't get it. I don't just with hammer and swing hammer. And then they go to attacking. Well, they don't get it because they are tortoises. They're vegetables. We see that sometimes, but not as often from women. We see it sometimes from women, mostly from guys, though, when we see it. The reality is, according to the data, the bell curve itself, according to the data, in any given room, in any given group, you're going to have more males than females who are 90s, who are 95s, And they should have, our race used to have the wisdom to say, for those people to say that, it's not your fault if that's what you're, if the good Lord, nature, whatever it is, decided you were going to be a 90 or a 95, that's not your fault. But the decisions you make are your fault. You own those. And if you decide that you're going to argue with and slander what somebody who was gifted with more IQ points has figured out and is working, you can see success, it's working. Maybe you don't like it, but shut up. Have the wisdom to shut up and do what's right. Well, we had some people push back. All I'm going to say about it is that they tried to say, one guy showed up, an actual non-white, an Arab guy. So he's like, try to read a study once. Okay, buddy. Okay, try to read a study. So these people, what they were saying, though, the pushers back were saying that the male bell curve in the white race is higher. It's taller than the female bell curve. And I just was like I had big, like deer in the headlight. That's the y-axis, dumbasses. That's the y-axis. That's frequency. No. The x-axis is the IQ. So please stop talking. If you want to say, well, the average male IQ is a point or two higher, that doesn't change the outcome, that there are going to be still more male idiots in any given space, in any given room, than female idiots. But I mean, for the love of God, you can't even read the graphs. Just shut up. Enough of that. Now, we in this community, as I also pointed out, we are culling for the absolute best. The dummies don't stay here. The people who are really idiotic, they don't stick around. Anti-Vilification League from Australia. These guys down under had a glorious victory. We're going to be celebrating in the swashbuckling segment. And if you are new here, you don't know how this works, we're going to be talking about some news items first through the lens and with the tools of the Go Free Dialogic. Then we go on to, we have a tiny break, and then we go on to talking about some of the victories. We have a short victory segment where we celebrate those victories, and then we come back and we have announcements, and we have the lesson of the day and things. So if you want to stick around for that at any point of the way, tagging me as No White Guilt to get my attention with questions or comments, and we'll get to what you have on your mind, because that's what the Church of the West is all about. But like I was saying, we cull for the very bad. This is the advanced placement. This is the special warfare operators in service to white well-being. You can tell the dummies, the immoral people, they flee from your hierarchy. They want nothing to do with me, nothing but slanders, nothing but scurrilous nonsense for yours truly. So we end up with an elite. We end up with a proper elite, ladies, in service to white well-being. We are the proper elite. We got some very interesting things to discuss today, not the least of which, of course, is this very dangerous anti-white terror. And we're going to be getting to that shortly. Before that, we want to point out the cucks and schmucks. And this is what we're going to be returning to for the lesson of the day, counterfeiting victories. It's an important Go Free lesson of the day. You won't find it in iteration 2, second edition, iteration 2 of Go Free. It is in the third edition that will be out in the future. But I do want to just mention right now, so you can be thinking about this over the course of our conversation here on the glorious Sunday, Church of the West. And that is, what is it to counterfeit victory? We see the cucks and the schmucks. I guess most people know, if you're new here, a cuck is your basic conservative. They're cucks. They don't ever want to talk about race. You could have an anti-white beating and raping your family in front of a cuck. And the anti-white can be saying, we're doing this because they're white, because you're white. They could paint a sign up and a cuck will say, no, this is an abridgment of my freedom of association. And they'll do anything to talk about anything other than the fact that we are being victimized on the basis of race. The schmucks are anti-non-white people. And they just want to say, well, once we're rid of all of this entire group over here, then things will be fine, which, of course, is never going to happen. Certainly never going to happen in their lifetimes. So it just demonstrates how anti-white they are, how much of a loser they are. And you don't always have to be a loser in either of those groups. You can come out of that group. Both of these groups do the counterfeiting of victories. And it is perforce. It is something they must do. They must counterfeit victory because they don't achieve actual victories. They don't have a strategy in place that they are implementing. So very often they're acting like fans of a sports team. They are in the stands, and if there's a Republican victory that they did nothing to achieve, in other words, they weren't involved in rallying people to vote. They weren't part of the Republican machinery. They weren't running for office. They weren't financing the Republican machinery. They were just a Republican voter. And then the Republicans win, and then they're like, they get out their pennant and that big number one finger thing, and they're like, yay, yay, not that finger, but this finger. They're like, yay, we did it. We won. That's actually the most innocuous form. That is the most innocuous form. Nothing, not a big deal. That's anodyne compared to the problematic form of counterfeiting victory, which we see when it comes to cucks. You see like in this salty cracker guy, where he will go to his audience and all they do is bitch and gripe and cuck away. And I think it's probably appropriate because I think he's a white guy with a non-white, pretty confident that that's the case, non-white wife, non-white children. And he then will go out there, and when something happens that they like, he'll say, we did it. We did it, lads. We did it. He's not English, but he still says lads. We did it, lads. And then all of the idiots are like, we did it. Buy another salty cracker shirt or what have you. So he's kind of you see the same thing out of the quartering. He's another great example, or Crowder, another great example of the cucks. And then you have the schmucks. Schmucks, same thing. Primarily what these groups are doing is they look at events in society that are outside of their control. They redefine those events to be victories for themselves, and they declare themselves agents in the achieving of those victories. They do that to fake, to fraud, to counterfeit victory, to legitimize their arguments, their interpretations of the world, their thinking, their lenses they use, their definitions of the world and the way things are happening. And they'll often use like these almost like magical, certainly God of the gaps type of, like, we are here in this little ghetto and we're saying, for example, with the schmucks, we're saying these slurs for non-white groups of people. And that is, and then here comes the God of the gap, nothing they can explain, moving the Overton window. It's moving. And we got a great example of this we're going to be talking about a little later with another female, another 20-something, little fat, a little fatty, a little chubster with a half skull mask on her face. She shows up, instant 60,000 followers on her Twitter account. And she was trying to counterfeit a victory off of a television program made by anti-whites as though it was real, when in reality it was 20 years ago. And this is just a perfect, quintessentially perfect example of counterfeiting victory. Because why? The message that they sell, both cucks and schmucks, is disastrous. Both the cucks and the schmucks and their messaging and interpretations have been in place and have given us the LA anti-white terror spreading across the United States, spreading across Western civilization. So we know that those methods don't work, right? I mean, if you're not sure about that, you're in the wrong classroom. Take a look at your schedule. Your dunce cap is by the door on your way out because you're at the room down the hall. Have a nice day. So everything that's been in place, not working. We've got to do something that is. Well, we have something working every day. We are celebrating colossal victories in the lives of Westmen, men, women, and children. Colossal victories in the lives of those they touch, all the way up to police departments, all the way up through Canadian courts, all the way up through public school curricula, having victories everywhere we turn. That should be all you need to know. So these people have to counterfeit victory to say, you've got to keep doing what we are arguing you should do. We are arguing that you should do X, say the schmucks. We are arguing that you should do Y, say the cucks. And here is our list of victories. We are efficacious. Come and join us here. But they have no victories. You have to be able, we are men and women of the West. We have to be able to see an exact stratagem, A, B, C, D, success. There is no magic success. That's not how the mind of the West works. And we have that thinking. And by the way, we've seen that thinking. We see that thinking all around the world when we look at the history of the world. One of the distinguishing factors of the West was that we abandoned that. We didn't do that. We need to stop heeding people that use this. It's a magical, we're really changing without being able to explain exactly what you're doing, without having a daily practice that is being implemented, that shows successes, that has mile markers of victory. How, if you don't have a success metric, you can't claim success down the road. You can't say that victory that happened out of the blue is suddenly ours if you weren't working that direction with examples of how you were having those successes. My God, they used to say across the white sympathetic sphere about our white positive sphere and yours truly that I was the white racist Cicero. Well, my God, also clearly the Bacon and the Aristotle, because where else are people actually observing the scientific method and how we go from A to Z? But we'll be getting back to that a little bit later during the lesson. But I want you to keep this in your mind as we are working through here today. The lesson of the day, counterfeiting victory. And if you can think of content creators that you've seen do that, especially recently, and you want to mention that in the live chat, maybe even tag yours truly, do so. Counterfeiting victory, lesson of the day, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get right into banning the word family, and following that into the LA anti-white terror, which I'm sure everybody has their eyes on. And a little bit later, my God, you too are going to fall in love with Heather MacDonald. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your doing. This is the House of Swash doing. We are going to be celebrating this to the moon and beyond, ladies and gentlemen, from the bottom up, influencing the language exactly as yours truly said it could and would and must be done. Exactly influencing the language. I mean, so much so. The interviewer, and God bless this guy, Freddie Gray, I think his name is, over at The Spectator, when he goes to use the word anti-whiteism, 2009, I found that by accident and showed you all. 94, I started saying it. Anti-whiteism, started pushing it. He even says anti-whiteism because he doesn't. It's like, where's that coming from? It has the professoriate at the universities at Harvard and Yale. They haven't said this is a legitimate concept that we are passing down to. No, it's coming up. It's coming up from the swashbucklers and from those we influence. My God, what a victory. I came out of my, I was punching the air. I was gauged in like hardcore Siamic. I was like, oh my God, when I saw it. How totally glorious, ladies and gentlemen. You got to know to celebrate our victories. How do we know they're our victories? We've been celebrating for years and years and years and explaining exactly how it's done and showing the mile markers, receipts all along the way It is our victory, the white race, ladies and gentlemen, on the verge of becoming a people again. That, my friends, is white identity. And what does white identity bequeath to the totality of the West? White identity politics, first in the family, in the greater concentric family circles, in the white identity politics in the workplace, in the sports environment, in educational institutions, and yes, in governance. We will have changed the world. Imagine the power wielded by that. Talk about the hidden gem in service to white well-being while they all are looking everywhere else. Here we are, the gem. I do want to say something else that's funny as we get into this, banning the word family, just briefly, because it's another proof of the work that we do here, our lens in service to white well-being. Big victories, ladies and gentlemen, big victories. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. It's Leviathanic. It's Leviathanic victories, ladies and gentlemen. Woo! I got to say this, though. Just yesterday, and this is another example of these content creators out there. Aliens Exist has just joined us. Blush has joined us over there on Premium Rumble. I got to say, just yesterday, we're talking about these kind of people, and so this is connected. These kind of people who are counterfeiting victory every opportunity they can. What they also do is they baffle Gab. They want people to think that they are oh so smart. Did you listen to him? Did you see the curious way that he speaks when he speaks? Did you see that? He has a very curious, but it's a very affected way that he speaks. So he must be very intelligent. You must be able to feel the intelligence emanating from him like ozone off of a transformer. Yes, that's how intelligent. But what often they do, aside from just affecting a particular persona and a particular style, is they will attempt to use $5, $7 words, whatever, $20 words over here. $20 over here, $20 words over here. And they do it all the time. Just yesterday, I came across two of these. Both of these guys have gigantic follower counts. And what are they actually giving of value to their audiences? I just want to share this really quickly. The baffle gabbers, the wiseacres. I like that word, wiseacre. It's a little bit older. Philosophasters. The philosophasters. Oh, yes, I did that. I went there. Since they're using $20 words, I figured I would throw in a $200 word there, not one you're going to find very often. The philosophaster. Someone feigning education that they do not have. Someone feigning to make you think that they are brighter than they are, more educated. Really, it comes down to education. More educated than they are. And so we had these philosophasters. We had one of them that was talking about a point that was someone had made. And what he wanted to say was that he takes issue with that point. Because then he went on to say what he thinks is actually the case. But for his audience, which was something nigh 800 live, he said that he takes umbrage. Well, that, of course, means that he is offended by the opinion or the interpretation. But he wasn't offended. He just doesn't know what the word umbrage means, or he doesn't know what it means well enough. He heard somebody maybe that he thought was using it properly. But yes, it's take issue, my friend, not take umbrage. But what happens when you have people who are, and you see this in the population, there's one particular group, and they got a dark tan. They got a really dark, And they do this like they're the champions of it. And they'll take these words. I've been in meetings and I've been like listening. And then all of a sudden they throw in a word that they don't know. And they just have no fucking clue and no shame. They're just like, well, if I don't know it, nobody else here knows it, but I know it. And I'm like, what? Like, how does that? And I'm sitting there trying to figure out how does that? And then I'm like, it doesn't fit in. Oh my God. It's been marvelous over the years. It's been really marvelous. So yeah, this content creator trying to look smart and his brain is like words that this dumbass audience might not know. So what can I throw in there so that they think, oh, he's smart. He's smart. I take umbrage with that. I think what actually the interpretation of this is, no, it's you take issue, not umbrage. I'd be happy to, and what I'm doing right here is giving you umbrage. Did you know you can do that with that word too? You can give umbrage. It's most often taken, but you can give it. So I am giving him umbrage intentionally, my friend. The other one, and we're going to get right to this very short story, is this was great. This baffle gabber said terminological insurrectionist. Yes, he went there. He actually said terminological. I'm only bringing this up because I want to guard this community against these philosophasters, these wiseacres. Because if you're not guarded against them, maybe you'll be like, whoa, that I'm not sure. Does that fit in? Does it make sense? I don't know. No. So what he did was he was talking about Donald Trump and he was talking about how the Democrats were calling him an insurrectionist. But he kept saying insurrectionist, and then he wanted to dress it up a little bit. And suddenly it becomes terminological insurrectionist. Well, he undermined what he was trying to say. Because to preface that terminological or with terminological means you're talking now about the term, not about the charge, not about the person, not about the context, not about what's being connoted. It's now just about the term. Now we're having a conversation about what is the term insurrectionist. Maybe what is its history? Maybe what is its... And I was just like, it was another one of those record skips. And neither of these people had really dark tans. They were both lily white. White asses. They had white asses like mine. I take umbrage from him using terminological in that sentence. Now we come to the piste de resistance. Almost. We have the banning of the word family. Looked at an article. We looked at an article and yesterday, and the article was talking about banning the word family. Now, how would the cucks deal with banning of the word family? What's the conversation that happens there? I guess you know how the schmucks would go wrong. The schmucks would say, it's the dudes, and let's kick them all out of the country. All right. Now that you have ruined your reputation and nobody's going to listen to you, and you're never going to accomplish that, and you can't do that. So you're just going to keep talking out of your ass. And maybe for some of these people, I mean that literally. But the cucks are going to say what? So the white people who hear this banning of the word family, well, why would they do that? What's the argument that anti-whites are making here? Well, the anti-whites are going to come out and they're going to say, well, not all families look identical. So it's wrong to say, have this word family when it's so varied. It can mean infinite number of things. Remember, it's total deconstructionist when it comes to everything that is ours, our norms, our mores. It's all subject to investigation and deconstruction and unpacking and white erasing its meaning. Once it flips over to anti-whites, now it's no longer subjective. Now it cannot be deconstructed. Now it's so the family. It can mean anything. It can mean everything. And we have this image that's been foisted on us, according to anti-whites, of the family, the nuclear family, right? What's another argument? Cucks would rush right into that and then say, well, but still, the nuclear family, and have the conversation there. No, we here know right away that this is an attack on Westernkind. This is an attack on our norm of what a family is, on our ideal. Yes, not every family is going to look like the ideal. That doesn't mean you get rid of the ideal. That means because we are empathetic and sympathetic people, we allow for us, our brothers and sisters, to fall short of the ideal in various ways. But we still have an ideal of what the family is, and we still strive for that. We know that that is what is best. That's what makes the wheels turn in society. That's what perpetuates the civility, keeps the lights on, the trash getting picked up, the Garcias dragged into prison when they are people smuggling. The anti-whites will then argue something like, well, some people are emotionally harmed because their family doesn't look like the ideal family. Now it gets really difficult for white cucks out there to argue against that, doesn't it? Now it gets real hard because white people, we have this gigantic empathy, most of us, the healthy ones of us, and we're like, oh, that's terrible. I wouldn't want to have this person feel this way. So now they get us feeling about these other people instead of feeling about our people, instead of feeling about those who are going to be harmed when the definition of family is acerbically dissolved under the criticism of anti-whiteism. They'll say the people are harmed by it. They are emotionally harmed by it. Cucks will come in and will say, well, it's the nuclear family. It's always been that way. So shouldn't we just keep? No, they have an argument for that. You're not getting at the root of why the anti-white is arguing to get rid of the word family. Successfully in this article, I don't have it right now to put up, but it's successfully getting rid of banning the word family at this institution. The anti-whites will then argue that, well, some people who don't fit in to your straitjacketed definition of family, well, they might kill themselves. They might be worse than just harming themselves. They'll then have anti-white sociologists do interviews, and they'll talk about how, this one definition that's supposed to fit all is what's causing so many broken families. Do you follow all of this? Do you see, now you see as I'm explaining this, how this plays out again and again, not just in this subject of whether or not to ban the word family, but in all subjects. And then you see the cucks rush in there and they try to argue all of these different points and they fail again and again and again, just like all of the other subject matter, failing again and again and again. What's at the root of it? Well, in the actual article, they get to the actual root. What do we call it here? In all things that we are argued out of, at the absolute root of it is the anti-white notion of retributive justice against the white race. And in that article, they get right to it. Retributive justice against the white race. Literally calling the title family and this ideal of what a family is, literally calling it white supremacy. Well, the proper response to that is not what the cucks would say, which is, well, that's not white supremacy. I could show you some white supremacy. Obviously, that's not it. The proper response is not what the schmucks would give you, which is, the dudes told you to say that. Obviously, that doesn't work either. The proper response is, you are an anti-white POS. Go straight to the heart of their argument. Forget about everything else. Why do they hate the white race so much? That they attack our norm of what a family is. That is ours. If you come after our norm, you are attacking us physically, and we will defend ourselves physically. You go right after them. Why do you hate the white race so much? Why do you want to white erase all of our norms? If you want to do something some other way, then that's going to be you and your ghetto and anti-white ghetto someplace else. That's not going to wash here. We have an ideal as white men and women for what a family is. And if you don't like it, it's because you are anti-white. Now we can have a conversation about that. We can have a conversation about the broader implications of anti-whiteism, the anti-white ideology. This is how we win. These are the tools in service to white well-being. I just very clearly articulated the failure of both of the broad rubrics of both of the other strategies. And here we are with the victories. If you don't want to take this up, it means that something is wrong with you. Your goal is not white well-being. Your goal is not to put an end, arrest anti-whiteism. Your goal is something else altogether. And maybe it's because you're showing up here as an anti-white and your intent is to just pretend to be somebody who supports white well-being because you want to rope us in to either your racial battle against some other non-white race, or because you're a cuck content creator, you're ashamed of being white. You think that because you have non-whites in your family that you can't participate in service to white well-being. Whatever it is, you're just a problem. With that, we're going to hit some quick news, and we're going to get to our main item today. You ready for that quick news, ladies and gentlemen? Coming at you hard and heavy.
If there was a video of some guy or gal committing felonies on an island and I'm in charge, don't you think you'd see it?
The FBI, they're...
Liar, Cash Patel. Is the audio not good? Ay says the audio, it's muffled. Let me try to... Cash Patel, ladies and gentlemen. Cash Patel, all of the cucks out there, that ain't gonna do it. All of the cucks out there were telling us that if you don't like Cash Patel, then you must actually be one of those racists. And then remember, they were literally celebrating him in some cases and practically in others. He's brown, so he's gonna be amazing. He's amazing, all right. He flipped on your asses right away. He's now saying, if there were any documents, if there were any Epstein videos, if there were any files, if there were any records, then I would be showing you. And now he says there are none. And Pam Bondi says there are many.
We're reviewing, there are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child porn. And there are hundreds of victims.
Yeah, that's a mic drop. Ladies out there, they don't need no man. They're going to change the oil on this car.
Yeah. Where do I put it? On the ground. Who needs a man?
Look, who needs a man? Look at her changing the oil.
Not me, baby.
Not me, baby. I don't need no man.
Not me.
She's even got a little bit of bicep right there. Okay, and here's the mechanic fixing. That's the drain plug for the oil pan. That's windshield washer fluid.
prevent.
Canada versus the United States. The Canadian police saying to prevent from being burglarized and a burglar and a baddie coming into your house, put your key fob outside for them so they can steal your car.
The possibility of being attacked in your home, leave your fobs at your front door. Because they're breaking into your home to steal your car. They don't want anything else.
Somebody's break.
Now, comparing that with the United States, Florida to be particular, the sheriff here, somebody breaking into your house?
In your house, you're more than welcome to shoot them in Santa Rosa County. We prefer that you do, actually. We have a gun safety class we put on every other Saturday, and if you take that, you'll shoot a lot better, and hopefully you'll save the taxpayers money.
Perfect.
We prefer you shoot them. God, I love the smell of freedom. So you're saying that tobacco products on race cars will make me want to smoke, but gay and drag queen storybooks won't influence my life choices? Americans warned about traveling to these popular destinations, starting off with Italy.
It's a popular destination beloved by American tourists. But now the U.S. State Department is issuing a level 2 travel warning for Italy, urging Americans to exercise increased caution due to the risk of terrorist violence.
They say that terrorism can happen any place.
Yeah, it's anti-white terrorism, just like we're having right now in L.A. Anti-white terrorism. This is the fall of our fatherland, Europe. The United States government telling the citizenry properly here, you could get killed as a white person over there.
At any time, but they're not giving details to the public.
It's not just Italy. The State Department has also issued level 2 advisories for France, Germany, the UK, and Spain, according to the State Department.
That is on the top there. That's Schloss Neuschwanstein, Castle New Swanstone. I mean, we have got to clean house. As I've said for my whole life, we recapture America and we take the rest of the West with the bat of an eye.
Terrorists may attack with little or no warning. Prime targets include popular tourist sites, hotels, restaurants, and transportation centers like airports.
So anywhere you go in the origin, the place of our birth, anywhere you go there, you can be murdered. That's nice. That's anti-whiteism.
I'm sorry, Daddy. I've been a bad girl.
For the last time, it's forgive me, Father, for I have sinned.
She'll get it one of these days. I promise.
Keep in mind that Democrats voted to fine American citizens for not buying insurance, and then conspired to give it to illegal aliens for free.
Yep. When you catch deaf people gossiping about you in sign language.
This can't be real. According to Prime Minister Mark Carney, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Syria, Algeria, Afghanistan are the same as Canada in terms of values.
And the message of Eid resonates in this room, across this city, and I may say it should resonate with all Canadians. It's a story that some of us hear with slightly different nomenclature, whether the prophet is called Ibrahim or Abraham, Ishmael or Isaac.
I mean, can you believe that this is where we've gotten with those other strategies? This is where we are today.
Well, Bill, it's hard to believe you can kill someone and not do a single day in prison. But that's exactly the deal a teenage illegal alien got in Colorado after he crashed into an innocent woman while going twice the speed limit. 24-year-old Caitlin Weaver was driving home from work in Aurora, Colorado last summer. That's when a 15-year-old unlicensed illegal alien driving 90 miles per hour in a 45 zone crashed into her car. She was taken off life support 2 days later. Now, shockingly, the Arapahoe County DA's office has now given the unidentified alien driver a plea deal, which will see him serve no prison time and instead get only probation and community service. Weaver's father told Fox News he feels sickened and let down by the system.
I was sickened. it's hard to process the whole thing. You want some justice for your family. And then to have that, it did feel like that was gone. The probation sentence.
Another white family that the white race is not rallying around because we don't have a people. This is what it looks like to be selfish individualists.
Was a nothing. It left it as it's a slap on the wrist.
Now, one Aurora City Council member is also going after Arapahoe County DA Amy Patton for this week's sentence.
There's Amy Patton, the anti-white pig behind that.
Councilwoman Danielle Jurinsky posting in part, quote, "This is not justice. Amy Patton, you are an embarrassment to the people of Aurora. This will be remembered. ICE, I hope you're watching." And the Arapahoe County DA's office told Fox News that they believe the conviction in this case and the negotiated sentence, quote, acknowledges the seriousness of this preventable tragedy. They say no legal outcome could bring Caitlin back. They also say it was a juvie case, so they can't comment on the specifics, and that his legal status played no part here, Bill.
Oh, that's twisted. Thank you, Bill.
Yeah.
Bill.
Twisted indeed. Remembering D-Day, which was the 6th, and remembering the sacrifice and the courage of all of our men and boys on both sides of all of the conflicts. And in every instance that we remember the courage of our warriors, we affirm never again a brother's war. Look at this. Somebody recklessly driving a big piece of machinery, big construction machinery. Who would do such a thing? Look at that. Look. Oh my God, it's some cats again. Let's rock.
Come on in, grab a seat, we've been waiting. Got the tools to fight, no hesitating. Moral in our mission, hearts made of steel. Taking back what's ours with Promethean will. We're the church of the West, standing tall and proud. A people awake and speaking truth out loud. Anti-white sneer when they see us rise, 'cause the mask falls off when they hear our cries. They said we'd fade.
All right. Let me know that you can hear me okay. It sometimes is an issue coming back over top of that audio. Excellent music right there. Anglo-Saxon and WG. I guess, yeah, no, but you're right. Some of them went off as boys. They all came back as men. 100% agree with that, brother. Big salute. Anti-white terror in LA, ladies and gentlemen. And then after that, Heather MacDonald interview. We'll watch however much of it that we can get to. Cindy Ben is with us. Azimuth Clark is in the house. Ardent party. Yes, the unifier is here. My own spirit of the West. Leader of the OC, Jay Bishop, is here. Shamuti. Azimuth Clark again, nameless one. Ivan the Horrible Roger. Spartan. Winger Productions is here. Ay. Couldn't help you at any age. Gaba. Marlene is here. Good to see you all. Steve. Alex. Cornell. One of Westernkind. Grant Danger, Dean Danger of the West. Bud is here. Good to see us, Bud.
We ride for the honor of the Church of the West.
Yes, we do. Church of the West. If not us, then who? Eva is here. Marilyn. All right. Are we ready to see a slew of these instances? What happened? What happened in LA? Of the West. Epic tune, ladies and gentlemen. Just the other day, while the story, as the story goes, while some of these border crossers were checking in as they are required by the government, required by law, the government decided, time for you to go. It's time for you to get deported. We are not going to entertain your request or whatever it is anymore. You broke into the country, you border crossed, you intruded, and now it's time for you to go. And this is out in Los Angeles, of course. You really have to appreciate that this is almost everywhere in the West. This is almost every city, every town. And indeed, like locusts, like butterflies that might come to your city and take it over and ruin it with their butterfly-ness. This is almost all of our homes. There's so much here to dig into with what happened and is happening. Indeed, what's going to end up happening tonight and in the days to come, as many of these different anti-white entities are talking about ramping up their anti-white terror, which is what it is. The government decided, ICE decided that they were going to grab people to deport them, that the law was going to actually be applied to these people. And the moment that they did, individuals, anti-white, specifically non-white there initially is what it looked like to me, began attacking ICE, their vehicles, their building. They surrounded their building. They were throwing bricks. These things, if they hit you in the head, you die. You die. Spray painting with their terrible grammar. I mean, if there's anything that's going to drive you nuts, right, is going to be some kind of miscreant tagging a building with bad grammar and injuring officers, literally chasing them back into the ICE detention center and beginning to destroy the detention center. And while this was happening, there was no police response. And there's some mixed reports. Reports are, though, there are some reports that Karen Bass, you remember this anti-white, non-white pig who has traveled routinely to Cuba to be trained by the anti-whites in Cuba. It's reported that she withheld the law enforcement so that they couldn't help. Even, of course, the governor as well, intervening to withhold law enforcement so that they couldn't help. Their subsequent statements seemed to comport with that reportage. Some of the most chilling is the most also, or all the most also revealing statements that this is ours. This is our city. This is what we've been telling you folks all along. This is what we've been telling the white race all along. This isn't about a different way to govern a city. This is about white erasing white people from our country. When the Karen Bass anti-white pigs of the world, and then the few white anti-whites that are in that mix, like Newsom, when they come out and they say, this is ours now, what they're telling you is their objective is to white erase you from your civilization so that more and more can be theirs now. Your laws don't apply here. You just are on the hook to pay for it all. You are just on the hook to make sure that some semblance of Western civility remains, that some semblance of Western law and order remains in these anti-white, white erased areas. This should be the loudest message, a trumpet from the devil's own lips about what anti-whites are doing across the West. When the Karen Basses and these other mestizos, how the fuck are they even allowed to be in office? Why, in our Western civilization, are we allowing people of other races to hold office? At a minimum, it should be multiple generations. You should have to, on both sides of your family, if you're not white. Although if you're white, immediately you could be a politician. If you're white, anti-whiteism is banned. If you're white, then you have the West inside of you. It's your instinct. But if you're non-white, the West is not in you. It's not your instinct. And evidence, of course, is what we see all around us. What we see where the people come from. That's okay. I don't have Latin America inside of me. I don't have Asia inside of me. I don't have black culture inside. I can't produce any of that. All of these, of course, are my opinion. The ear is against the door. But that was one of the things that shouted out at me in a sanguinary way. We're not here, ladies and gentlemen. The anti-whites have revealed again and again and again, and here with the anti-white terror in LA, revealing yet again with the statements, this is ours now. We have pushed you out. It is ours. White race, where are you going to go? Where are you going to run? When is enough enough? Who will stand with me? When are you going to use the tools that'll work both in your house, in government offices, in the workplace? When are you going to start using the tools that create the moral matrix that enable us to take whatever action necessary to defend ourselves? They are telling you, white race. They are outright telling you, it's ours now, get out. That is the mission for all of anti-whiteism. So they began the anti-white terror. And that's what this is. This is not wokies. This is not progressives, or I heard one content creator, a cuck with a massive number of followers, extreme progressives. Could you imagine being called that by the people you're victimizing? The anti-whites probably never stop laughing. How do they ever pull themselves together to rape and pillage and rap in and steal and loot? And how do they ever get up off of the floor when the people you're victimizing are like the extreme progressives, the wokies? These are anti-white terror troops. These are anti-white terrorists. What's happening is an anti-white terror. It's an anti-white militaristic assault on the white race. You can look very clearly at the things that are said, the things that are celebrated, what they're out in the streets chanting about. You can look very clearly and see the victims. This is racial. It is racially white victims. There are some good non-white people that stand with us, and we love them. They're fantastic people. But it's this, all of this taking place across the West is racially white victims. So white people need to get over this idea that for us to come together to put an end to our victimization is us coming together for white supremacy. We are being victimized. What's the other side? The other side, and in LA in particular, is almost entirely non-white anti-whites. But broadly, we can call it multiracial anti-whiteism, because there are plenty of white people. There are non-whites of various races. What weds them all together is their hatred of the West, and that means hatred of white people. Heather MacDonald says in her interview what I've been saying for decades. The West is white people. The West is white people. Anti-Western is anti-whiteism. There is no West without us. So that's what you have taking place. And it started off slowly, of course, with their objection to the law being applied to lawbreakers. Because whose laws are being broken was just the white man's laws. And then the underpinning derivatives of that argument, well, it's in the white man's country that's not his anymore because we're white erasing it. So they have to be allowed to stay. They have to be allowed to displace white people. They have to be allowed to drive down wages for everyone. They have to be allowed to drive up home costs and fuel costs and food costs for everyone. They have to be allowed to transform white Western spaces to reflect where they came from. Places where they did not want to live. So let's take a quick look at some of the video here is some anti-white pig breaking up concrete to throw blocks of concrete at the curb that we pay for, that is our harmony in society. We build these beautiful places, and he's busting it up so that they can throw it at and maim, disfigure, and kill law enforcement with a hammer. Here you have this guy saying anti-white rioters ambushing LAPD officers, busting their windows of their police cars. Now, these vehicles that law enforcement and ICE are driving, they don't have bulletproof windows. A chunk of cinder block, a chunk of concrete will go right through the window and kill you. If you're traveling at 30 miles an hour and somebody throws a chunk of concrete or brick or whatever, a big rock, it's going to go through there and hit you in the face or head at 30 plus, 40 plus miles an hour.
Oh, he busted
Look at them attacking the police car. That's not law enforcement. That's you that they're attacking. That is you, white man, white woman, white child. Here you have one of these anti-white terrorists telling the police officers here that he will kill their mothers.
Mama, are you proud of corralling people and taking them in? What crime did they make? What crime did they commit? Nothing. I'm sure you're proud, bitch.
Look at all these white faces. Folks in the law enforcement, get ready. These troops are not being sent out there for you and me. The day is fast approaching when it's not going to be corn-fed white men to get out there and fight for us. We got to take this back before it's too late.
Look at that. This is brand new, motherfucker. So proud of standing so tall.
Pallets of cinder blocks have been discovered directly in front of ICE facilities. So whoever is delivering these things for the anti-white terrorists to kill and maim with, whoever is delivering, they should be executed. That's treason to the country. Execute. Look at this. Antifa has shown up. This is last night. So it's just another anti-white organization. There's a Mexican flag. They are shooting fireworks at law enforcement and National Guard. Here is, of course, whenever there is anti-white terror, there is always looting. It's not looting, though. It's anti-white terror.
Look at this. Oh, my God. I can't. You want to risk me getting stabbed or something? No, thank you. Look, they already gave up. They already understand.
They're the employees. They're just like,
TikTok,
take whatever you want. Anti-white rioters have surrounded ICE facility again. This was last night. Launching explosive devices at it. Look at that.
They're shooting. Go, 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 go.
She's running with the Mexican flag, and there have been numerous Central South American flags flying. Folks, this is a war against the white race. You don't have to wage a war against other groups of people to defend yourself. White man, white woman. Accept the reality. We need to come together as a people with a white identity to defend ourselves, because they are here to victimize you. Already, and I think we got a clip about it, already, as soon as it started, you had numerous media and government entities saying that this is all peaceful. The LA Police Department itself reported that it's almost entirely peaceful protests. Setting the town on fire that we, of course, will be forced to pay for. How much has Trump's government already given to California to pull its titty out of the ringer again? How much? Those are our dollars. Let's take back California. No more. Look, and look right there. That's the El Salvadorian flag. Look at it. That's El Salvador. Here you have these anti-white pigs using flashlights to blind. This does cause damage to the retinas. It can literally blind you. These flashlights you can buy with the number of lumens they have. They're shining this in these guys' faces. They should have had all of their teeth removed from their mouths. In a metaphorical way. Arrest every one of them. ICE finally coming out of the detention center to push the anti-whites back away from the side of the building, where, of course, they're perfectly positioned to set it on fire. Cavalry showing up.
Shame! 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 Shame!
Arrests! Arrests!
Back up! Yeah, back up! Back up!
Look at this.
attacks at some points, but we haven't seen any violence happening here.
Haven't seen any
What
violence.
people are saying is that they don't think ICE belongs in Los Angeles,
They don't think ICE belongs. It's their city now.
that they want ICE out of the city. And this has been very peaceful, Brian. It has
been very peaceful.
Protesters clash with police, and News Nation is tracking the unrest in LA County tonight after
Says here the reporters for this channel were threatened with murder.
sweeping raids from immigration and customs enforcement officers today. Protests also erupting across New York City this weekend, with demonstrators flooding the streets in response to the wave of federal immigration raids. And now with tensions mounting coast to coast, all eyes on
Look at
the
those
growing
anti-white
divide
pigs.
between local communities and federal enforcement.
Here's a mostly peaceful automobile that they set on fire in the center of an intersection. This is the destruction of our very being. This is not some piece of asphalt that is just damaged and not. No, these are attacks on our very being. And when we start viewing it as such, we will react properly, and it'll be the end of this. Here they are trying to set wildfires. Did you know that? Did you know they were trying to set California on fire? Look. Here is a Representative Torres who should be jailed and tried for treason. She says, quote, ICE get the F out of LA so that order can be restored. She's a federal congresswoman.
ICE get the fuck out of LA so that order can be restored.
How about you get the fuck out of my country? This is the white man's country, bitch. These people, they're not going to be merciful for your white ass. Rest assured. They're not going to be merciful for your white ass at all. Here they are, as vehicles drive by, I was talking about earlier, throwing giant rocks and chunks of pavement at the vehicles going by. And if any had landed properly on the windshield or side window, it would have gone through and maimed or killed the officers' agents inside. Look at this. I mean, this is attempted murder. They should be in their right to just gun him down.
Yes, but if you just squint, it could easily be the BLM protesters or the Free Palestine protesters or the Resist Doge protesters or the Resist ICE, in this case, protesters. It is this dirtbag coalition of leftist, violent, so-called protesters.
Anti-whites. And this guy's driving around on a dirt bike with a Mexican flag as though it's his victory. They are achieving victory over you, white man, white woman, white child. Here comes the troops last night. This felt so good. They are all fleeing the less than lethal rounds that they were permitted to use. In addition to all of the National Guard that you're seeing just there, the Marines at Camp Pendleton have been put on standby, and there is the possibility that they will be used if the National Guard isn't enough to restore order. Restoring order is not the kind of thing that is always going to be at our disposal. This is the important part of this conversation, because the country, indeed the West, has been trending anti-white for many generations. It is only by way of the anomalous Donald Trump today that we're seeing such measures take place. He hesitantly used similar measures during his first term when he was not as anomalous as he is today. But this is it. This is not going to continue without the white race coming together, supplanting the anti-white immoral imperative that's operating as our social morality across the West with a white positive morality. You will not victimize us on the basis of our birth. You will not victimize us by way of the things that we have created, like Los Angeles is ours. It ain't yours. Los Angeles was 100% white when we created Los Angeles. California was all the citizens. We were white. We were the creators of California. It is ours. We are not ceding it. We're not going to have these conversations about, well, just give them that or give them this, and then the counter arguments of, well, that might be a slippery. No, these things are ours. We need them for our well-being. Attacks on them are attacks on us and our family, and we will defend them accordingly. We only have so much time left for us to supplant this anti-white immoral imperative with white positivity. We are achieving great things. But folks, these environments, the anti-white terror, whether it's in New York, whether it's in Chicago, Detroit, whether it's in LA this time, wherever it is igniting, isn't going to just remain in these places. As these environments deteriorate, because the ability of all the white people in West Virginia and the white people in Texas and in Kansas and in South Dakota to keep places like California, LA afloat, New York City afloat, able to keep these places afloat. As their ability deteriorates, the ability of the white race to keep these places afloat financially, legally, etc., these swarms of anti-whites will leave these ruined fields, these dried up and shriveled crops for all of our homes. And that's not some distant point in the future. Every day that's closer. Every day more shows up. You know, for many, many years, the cucks were out there saying, all the way back during the Tea Party, and there I was in the midst of the Tea Partiers, and they were saying, oh, they want to bring them in here. And they were complaining. The white race was complaining about immigration during Obama. It's nothing compared to what it is now. Nothing. So ask yourself, again, I'm going to keep coming home to it, what tools were being used to defend our interests at that time? Time to get rid of those tools. Those tools are perspectives, ideologies, approach, this abstraction, cowardice, etc. That's what it is. Just slandering other races. That's what's been in place. None of it's worked. So they were saying, out on those street corners, we'd all go out and we hold up the signs. And they were saying, they're bringing them in. The Dems want to bring them in because they want to dilute the vote. They're just bringing in voters. And I said, yes, they are bringing in voters, but they're bringing in soldiers. These soldiers will be able to vote. And I remember all of these white ladies of both sexes. They were like, soldiers? You think they have something nefarious in mind? You're like, yeah, yes, they have something nefarious in mind. Yes, this isn't the nursery room cupcake. This is the real world. But beyond that today, they want to talk about it being so many people now talking about it being soldiers, males of fighting age, military age that they're bringing in. Where are their families? Like it would be okay if you brought their families. I don't want them either. Here's the real rub. Talking about men or males of fighting age. These are you're not finishing the sentence. These are males of fighting age that we can't legally kill. Do you understand how much more of a problem this is now? These males, these anti-white, non-white males of military age can get out into our streets, take over our streets, take over our towns, take over our cities. They can destroy, they can terrorize, they can behave as anti-white terror shock troops. They can inflict anti-white terror on us. They can burn down our cities. They can burn down our halls of records. But when we go out there, when the establishment goes out, so us sort of, vicariously through them, they go out, they can't kill them. So it's worse than just military age males. These are military anti-white, military aged, anti-white, non-white males that you can't kill. So it's much worse. It's much, much worse. They can kill law enforcement. They do it all the time. They're out there throwing bricks and pieces of concrete to maim or murder these soldiers going out there, these law enforcement going out there. But they can't just be gunned down on the spot. So it's much worse. The hour is much later than you think it is. The cucks, of course, will be abstractionizing this. You probably have already seen it if you're checking out other channels and what they're doing and what they're talking about. But I guarantee you, one right before we got started that I thought that cuckservatives might come up with is the spirit of iconoclasm. Why is there an iconoclastic spirit in society? Let's find the most gelded group of midget-sticked academics to get together, and then we're going to sit in a circle, and we're going to, it's a bit of a sewing circle, and we're going to talk about why there's such a spirit of iconoclasm in society today. So that's just an example of the cowardly abstractionizing that cuckservatives do. They won't attack the reality that this is racial. It's anti-white. It is racial. It is anti-white. It is racial. It is anti-white. Get it through your heads, white race. We're running out of time. White people, that beautiful little white girl was run over by this anti-white, non-white monster that invaded our country, an intruder into this country, 90 miles an hour, shouldn't be here, shouldn't be operating a motor vehicle, murdered her. Not an accident, that's murder. And the anti-white system, because all of you cucks and schmucks have blown it, literally gave him a tap on the wrist. How many more white families ruined for you? Never heal from losing a child. How many more white families ruined? Why do we have to wait until it's your white family for you to not be such a selfishly individualistic POS? You're right. The hierarchy, Church of the West gets raw at times. Church of the West gets real at times, gets angry at times. Every now and then, a less than happy word, even a curse word, escapes my mouth. And I apologize for that, for those who are hurt by that. But we're not in Kansas anymore. So you're going to need people like me out front. You're going to need people that know the degree to which we must go to overcome our victimizers. So get over the gentility, get over that concern. Every now and then it's going to be, the real world is a little ugly. Don't wait for it to be your family that gets touched by anti-whiteism in a 90-mile-an-hour way. So that's going to be the cucks. The schmucks are going to roll in there and they're going to say, oh, there's your slur for Hispanics. Once we get rid of the Hispanics, Won't be a problem anymore, except you're not getting rid of anybody. Except you're a cowardly bitch. You're not getting rid of anyone. No one, none of these groups of people are going anywhere in your lifetime, and you know it. That's why you like to sit back and say, well, once they're all gone, no white people are going to join you in making them gone. That's a pathetic fantasy, and it's almost as fantastic as a female finding you attractive. So those are your options. That's why we're here today. That's why we are where we are, where you have a Mayor Karen Bass saying, this is ours now. Not the only one either. Let's take a look at the news. Watch, Democrat LA council member urges leftists, so anti-whites, to escalate attacks on ICE agents. Yet again, another anti-white, non-white female. Let's put this one up on the screen. A Democrat Los Angeles City Council member urged anti-law enforcement protesters. So anti-white. Are they anti-law enforcement? This Breitbart cucks like the cucking best that you can cuck. This is amazing, the level of cuckery at Breitbart. Anti-law enforcement? They don't dislike law enforcement. They dislike white people. The institution of law enforcement in the West is our institution. That's why they hate it. The anti-law enforcement. And by the by, just as a by the by, you know who commiserates with us? People like me. You know who commiserates with me not wanting to live in El Salvador or Honduras or Mexico? You know who commiserates with me? Who feels the exact same way that I do? I hate the thought. I despise the thought. I hold it with the deepest odium of living in El Salvador or Venezuela or Brazil or whatever. I hate that thought. You know who feels the exact same way? Those fucking people. Do you see how they behave when they're getting deported? I look at them and I'm like, shit. Those people might even want to live less around those people than I do. I'm like, good God. I think about living in one of those countries, one of those Central or South American countries, and I think to myself, no, thank you. But these motherfuckers are actually bawling and throwing themselves on the ground for having to live among other El Salvadorians, having to live among other Mexicans. They're like, fuck that, just kill me. Whatever you do, don't send me back to have to live with my own people. So if there's anybody that agrees with the Jason Kunas of the world about whether or not he wants to live in one of these Central or South American countries, it's everyone from those countries. My God. Saw a video, what was it, yesterday or day before, where the person is in Spanish saying, just kill me, just kill me. Holy, I guess I might be saying that too. So this council member is saying escalate their tactics against ICE on Saturday as tensions regarding immigration sweep the area. The council member is identified as Eunices Hernandez, whose bio on the California government website says she was born in Highland Park, is a community organizer, so an anti-white, and the daughter of Mexican immigrants. Well, fuck you. You shouldn't be in our government. This is what you get. This is what you get. White race. Video footage shows Hernandez speaking to a large crowd on Saturday, stating they know how quickly we mobilize. That's why they're changing tactics, because community defense works, and our resistance has slowed them down before. And if they're this is infuriating. Take this fat fucking pig. This gets me fired up, because this is our country. I got to try to reel it in some. This is our country. And I am sick and tired my entire life. Watch, foot by foot, yard by yard, mile by mile, taken from us by anti-whites who, as we've been saying all along, say, this is ours now, white race. Get out.
They know how quickly we mobilize. That's why they're changing tactics, because community defense works and our resistance has slowed them down before. And if they're escalating their tactics, then so are we. When they show up, we got to show up even stronger.
We got to fight the white race and their law enforcement even stronger. Where's Pam Bondi? Where's the arrest? I want to see this fat pig have a hood put over her head by law enforcement, just like they do in El Salvador, and her head forced all the way down between her knees as they frog march her ass in front of the cameras. Enough is enough. The ex-profile known as Libs of TikTok also shared the video, urged officials to arrest her. Her comments come amid violent standoffs between ICE agents and protesters in downtown Los Angeles. Group tried to thwart illegal immigration sweeps. Breitbart News reports. Stephen Miller calls the anti-ICE riots in Los Angeles an insurrection against the laws and sovereignty of the United States. Do you have any doubt? What do you think a Democrat Congress and or Democrat president would do if white people got out, not destroying anything? If white people got out and shut a city down, they would shoot us. They would be, law enforcement would be allowed to use lethal means. So you better stop waiting for the balloon to go up or the flag to go up or what all of these old timers, because nobody's going out once it gets to that level. No one. They can use as far as I understand, does it say it here? National Guard must be deployed. They can use the insurrection clause in the Constitution to go pick up Gavin, to go pick up Karen Bass, to go pick up Hernandez. And that's it. Insurrection, you're under arrest. They are going to do it to us. Do not think that you're going to be able to defeat this by way of politics. There is no voting that's going to save this, not yet. There is no violence that is going to save this. We have to achieve dominance on the moral plane. And that's what we do here in service to white well-being. That's what we show so many swashbuckling victories for, again and again and again and again. When you achieve superiority on the moral plane, everything becomes possible. Until then, nothing is possible. That's why we do nothing but lose.
Chaos erupts here in LA County. Widespread immigration raids triggering protests from Paramount to downtown. And tonight, an unlawful assembly has been declared as President Trump announces he will be deploying thousands of National Guard troops here to Los Angeles. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the News at 10. I'm Rick Chambers. Major developments during a second day of violent confrontations between protesters and federal agents who are out on the streets trying to round up undocumented immigrants. As I mentioned, President Trump has ordered 2,000 National Guard members to counter that violence. And that angered Governor Newsom, who said that the move was purposely inflammatory and will only escalate the tensions.
Yeah, if you don't give them what they want, only women of both sexes would heed such an argument. If you don't give them what they want, they'll misbehave. Anybody in our midst who talks that way, duct tape, you're no longer allowed to talk. You are pushed to the back. You obviously don't have the stomach for this. Give them what they want. Appeasement has been part and parcel of the cuckservative movement from the very beginning. And now you've got cucks who are saying, okay, they can have the trans storybooks and the trans reading as long as the kids are older than 9. Just wait another 2, 3, 4, 5 years. And then they'll say, oh, well, fine. Of course, for the kids, we allow that. Of course. In response to the violence, President Donald Trump's administration said it's sending National Guard to Los Angeles, 2,000 more. Tom Homan speaking here.
And, like I said many times, these elected officials or these non-government organizations, they can't cross the line either. I mean, we got people like, Hakeem Jeffries saying he's going to dox ICE employees, ICE agents out there with masks on. They're wearing masks to protect themselves and their families because they've been doxxed, their families been doxxed, their life's been threatened, their families have been threatened. I know myself, I had over 1,000 protesters in my house. I expect that as the borders are, but these men and women are putting their lives online every day. They arrest a lot.
Now, you shouldn't be able. There's another El Salvadorian flag. Although I'm open to being corrected if I've got it wrong. I think that's what it is. Here's the bottom line. The only thing that matters in this whole episode is what comes out of it. If all there is for the white race is that Donald Trump went in there and sent the National Guard in and restored order for now, and maybe the money in the big beautiful bill for the border as a consequence of this doesn't get chipped down too awful much. If that's all that happens, we have lost yet again. The only productive thing that can come out of this for the white race is white identity. If we start recognizing that this is a war on the white race by anti-whites, it is racial conservatives because it's anti-white. You don't have to dislike non-white people. We have non-white people in this community that fight against anti-whiteism. They wouldn't be here if we dislike non-white people for being born non-white. But this is racial. You better learn how to see color because your handicap is not protecting you. The only good thing that can come out of this is white identity. We must use the tools at our disposal in the Go Free dialogic, the dialectical, lexical armory that we wield here. And we must speak to as many good white people as we can. The schmucks are almost useless. They're next to useless. But there are plenty of good white people out there. And the hardcore cucks, they're as useless. They're never going to be brave enough to admit the reality that it is racial because it is anti-white. There is a race war, but it goes all in one direction. It's an anti-white race war. We don't need to wage war on other races to put an end to this race war, though. We can assert that we are a people and that we are going to attain individual well-being by way of our group's well-being. And my friends, a stone won't have to be thrown, and we will take back this country and all countries of the West. Because the writing will be on the wall for the anti-whites. When the white race comes together and says, enough is enough, we are a people. We are going to defend each other. We are going to secure our own well-being by way of all of our extended family members' well-being in the white race, that will be the day that anti-whiteism ends. As we engender, as a consequence of this in this community, what we do here, and so many other incidents that we use as a catalyst to introduce the concepts that put our brothers and sisters into another story, the story that we are writing, where we are the heroes, where we are not having to defend ourselves as the villains of the anti-white narrative. Every time we take one of these episodes and we use it as a catalyzing element for these concepts and arguments, we get that much closer to white identity. We get that much closer to having the average white person say to themselves, they're coming for me because they're coming for the group that I am inextricably bound to. There's no amount of abstractionizing that's going to protect me. There's no amount of attempting to claim that our victimizers are really after something else. As in the midst of gang raping, ritualistic gang raping, and saying it's because they hate us, saying it's because we're white. Trying to say, no, you don't actually mean that. What you actually mean is that you object to the poverty in your community. You object to a history that hasn't included you. We didn't write our own history of ourselves to include you enough. That's what you actually mean. There is no amount of this that's going to protect you, as it hasn't after generation after generation. Only when the white race acknowledges that this is racial because it's anti-white and that we can't escape. There is nowhere to turn. We have the boats have been burnt to ashes. And that's what we're doing here. We are demonstrating for the white race that these two main rubrics of schmucking and cucking have failed. We have set them alight and they are nothing but ashes in the tide. That there's nothing left for you to use except your identity. And this holds most powerfully for you white people hearing my voice live or in replay that have the means, that have the connections, that have the money, that have the intelligence, that are living nice lives away from it all because you have the money to do it. It's most important for you to realize and accept this because it is going to be your authority. It is going to be your swag. It is going to be you coming before people and saying, yes, this is it. This is the only way. When middle-class people see white folk show up with wealth, with power, with influence, with titles, and they say, enough is enough. This is it. The yelling guy in the gray shirt is right. When those people show up, the middle-class whites will begin listening the exact same way they listened to Donald Trump. And if anybody from Trump's administration is listening, you need to hear my voice. If Trump wants to make a lasting impact, if Trump really does love this country, for everyone here in this country of all backgrounds, he has to defeat anti-whiteism. And it isn't going to be defeated by the proxy of anti-Semitism. Where does that come from? Heather MacDonald. We're going to be listening to her in just a minute. Heather MacDonald saying the Trump administration is approaching the problem of anti-whiteism, she thinks, through the proxy or the pretext of anti-Semitism. That ain't going to cut it, Trump. It ain't going to cut it. You have to tell this like it is. You have to stand up. You said already once, your son has already used a number of the concepts that we wield here because he's moral. Donald Trump Jr., You have to come out and say the problem is anti-whiteism. You have to make it legitimate for the population to argue against anti-whiteism. If you say it, you'll be doing the work of us 10,000 times over. What we do with our limitless charity, time, energy, and effort to reestablish the concepts used in the conversation for our well-being and therefore the well-being of everyone, you can do like this, brother. It isn't going to be enough. And I know that there are going to be anti-whites near you who are going to get really upset, who are going to be really angry over you talking about anti-whiteism and how it has to come to an end. But that's the one thing that you can do to save the West. Nothing else you do is going to last, and you know it. The only thing that you can do that can last is change the conversation, and you do it with these concepts. Legitimize these concepts, change the conversation forever. Make it safe for Heather MacDonald to come out and complain about anti-whiteism. Make it safe for all of us and everyone else below Trump. In office, been in office, running for office. I can't tell you how fed up I am over the years watching these so-called politicians, these wannabe politicians, come up through the white sympathetic sphere. Come up through the white, and they're like, well, I'm going to change things. They get up at the lectern. They don't say a damn thing about anti-whiteism. Not a damn thing about anti-whites. They get up there and literally are talking about progressives and social justice warriors and wokies. You cannot change the author's story of the anti-white narrative. You've got no more strength or ability or power to do that than the characters in a novelist's book. Never in history has a character in someone's novel grabbed hold of the pen and changed the story. You have to change the story you're in. Decades of me arguing this. The proofs are from here to beyond the horizon. It's time that everybody take it up. So the only thing that can come out of this, not Homan stepping up there after a couple of weeks ago when he gave us the speech about how he just wants to save the little brown children. Never has he said anything about saving the white children. No Tom Homan landing in LA, which he did, is going to leave any lasting impact. More of the same. And what's the same? Everything getting worse by the day. I remember, and we'll wrap the bow around this. My God, this memory coming back to me right now. I remember over 20 years, 25 years ago, maybe, at an AmRen conference, I was a young man sitting there by myself listening to a woman from Southern California. Some of you will have heard this story before. Almost bringing tears. Tears didn't come down my face, but they filled my eyes. This white woman, 25 years ago, at American Renaissance, you know how they run the show there. Speaker gets up there, talks for too long, too dry, about too many things that don't matter. And then people get up, in most cases, not all the time. And then people get to get up and ask questions. And very often they use that opportunity to give their 2 cents. And this white woman got up there, frail, little white woman, but aflame with indignation for what had been done to us. Not rage for the Mexicans, not rage for the Jews, not rage for the Hispanics in general. Righteous indignation for what had been done to us. And her family had been in California since the beginning, Southern California. There were areas in the towns where her family lived that were named after her family members. They had built towns in Southern California where there was nothing. And she called herself a refugee, screaming an appeal to this giant body of almost entire men, males at least, with tears on her face, that she is a refugee in her own country, that she had to flee California. Do something. She's shaking her little fists. They should have listened. Every speech after that should have had a speechwriter crossing everything out. Everything out. Not going to keep talking about the IQ of Hispanics or blacks. Not going to talk about how many Jews own the media, because they've been doing this for decades. And look at this woman. Here we are all these years later. And the Reconquista, the anti-whiteism, the white erasure continues. I wonder what she thinks. I wonder what she thinks standing in that room with what I recall was probably around 200 white males in fancy attire, begging and crying, do something. Well, madam, we are. And if you're still out there, if you hear my voice, I want you to come to White Wellbeing, because our focus is in the right place so that we can all be as righteously aflame with beautiful love and anger for our people and what's being done to us. That's the way it's supposed to look, folks. That's the way it's supposed to look. Not some snarky kid sitting in front of a microphone saying, well, this Jewish group and that Jewish group, or look at the Enners out there. That, like that woman, that was the way it's supposed to look. You fight for what you love. You don't do anything for what you hate. Let's get into so many more pictures. We just don't have time. I wrote this about Heather MacDonald, another woman stepping up. She is a fellow at the Manhattan Institute. She has been an intellectual, a highly acclaimed, erudite, urbane, celebrated intellectual for decades. For decades. She is in the inner circles. Her words are heeded for decades. I wrote this in a tweet. I have always been impressed when I've read her articles or watched her speak, but never so much as her latest interview with Freddie Gray. Heather MacDonald boldly declared anti-Westernism is anti-whiteism, and that its primary target is the white male. As we saw in my interview of Dr. Carol Swain, who also courageously speaks about the menace of anti-whiteism, Heather's integrity compels her to speak truth to power. This is a woman we should support and celebrate. Her courage in today's anti-white climate, especially in academic circles, is nearly non-pareil. Her new book I just ordered, and I expect will arrive today. When Race Trumps Merit. Don't get the vapors or anything. Don't get, yes, we don't like abstractions. Yes, we don't like, and that's why we push in the direction of acknowledging that it is our people that are assailed, not our ideas. And more importantly, who cares what happens to our ideas and ideals if the flesh that brought them to be ceases to be? Heather MacDonald on The Spectator with Freddie Gray. I'll take a look at what you all are saying. Make sure you tag me as well. We're going to slow it down a little bit. I'll be looking more at the live chats. Here we go.
Not getting hired or promoted. It's not because they're Jewish. It's because they're white and they're male and they don't fit into the intersectional categories.
What she was talking about right there was following up on her comment that this anti-Semitic stuff in the Trump administration is pretextual. Arden Party is with us.
Hello. And
there's a great line I heard that comes to mind. The true warrior fights not because he hates what is before him, but because he loves what is behind him. Yeah, I've said that kind of, and almost infamously, my good brother, because of all of the attacks that I've gotten from the schmucks for holding that position over the years. Very well spoken. We struggle and fight for those whom we love, says Novi Hora. Anti-Whiteism ends with you. I wanted to suggest you specifically call out by name those slop grifters getting in the way of defeating anti-Whiteism. I think the drama has a chance of getting reacted to by the media, slop merchants, and thereby reach their audience and spread awareness. Potentially, yeah. T-Mac is with us. The great Brent Danger. Dean Danger is running the show in the house. Lotz is with us. If you want to disagree with me while we are here today, make it respectful, or the troll slayers will behead you and will do horrible things to your corpse, metaphorically. This is Freddie Gray over at The Spectator. And big salutes to this guy as well, because he brought up anti-Whiteism. Novi Hora pointing out the truth about color is much deeper. And that's another thing, cucks. Do not stop. And sometimes the schmucks do this as well, because they think both the cucks and the schmucks measure, certainly the more of the cucks, measure the morality or the acceptableness of what they share by way of the anti-white immoral metric, which is an acknowledgement that our social morality isn't Christian, it's anti-white. So they try to downplay race. Race isn't skin deep. It goes to the marrow and the soul. That's how God made us. And I'm going to honor that creation. Doesn't mean, in my opinion, everybody doesn't have to agree, that anybody is better or worse. I don't think so. I don't believe that. I know there's no cosmic measuring stick. There's what we do, and I prefer it. That's all I got to say on that issue. But thank you for noting that, Novi Hora. Samuski says, at my place of employment, there is only one flag on display, the Mexican flag. He's in America, folks. Should I take the courage to put an American flag next to and above the Mexican flag? Well, by law, it's supposed to be. I don't know if you want to risk employment to do that, but talking about that online and using it as a catalyzer to introduce the concepts will be a very powerful tool. What can we all here do in our daily lives and interactions to combat anti-Whiteism and the white erasure going on? Asking Samuski exactly like what we just said. And you do a masterful job. So thank you for the question. So that was a well-planted question that he knows, wants to bring attention to for folks who are new, they're watching live or in replay. What do? You use these stories, you use these items, you use the item about the Mexican flag flying on our country's soil. You use what's happening here to introduce these concepts. It's very easy. It is the way we were defeated, by concepts. The West wasn't defeated by warfare. It was defeated by concepts. Every time a schmuck wants to show up and say, words do nothing. You just point out the words defeated the West. Thank you for that, brother. Trump needs to play this stream nationally to get the big, beautiful bill passed. Yes, I agree with the great sloths. Let's go ahead and we'll jump in. Make sure you tag me across these. I see the chat is alive, is rocking over here on Premium Rumble. We're going to be rolling into this. You are going to love Heather MacDonald and her transformation. As the great Franklin in a message with me noted, over the years, she has been a rank abstractionist. That's the circle she's in. I've always been impressed by her intelligence. She's actually, and what we do here, we don't kiss up to women. And I know a lot of women don't like that. I know real women really like manly men that are not going to kiss their asses. They might tell guys, or we want you to be an ass kisser. They don't want that at all. That doesn't get the biology working, let me tell you. Often, they learn best horizontal, as I am reputed to have said a time or two. But when a woman is worthy of celebrating, actually worthy of celebrating, lauding, championing, we do it. And right now, there was the past couple of weeks, there was a woman who was celebrated and her name was everywhere. Where is Heather MacDonald? Her name should be 50,000, 100,000 times more spoken and in the mouths and in the fingertips of our people after this interview. But it shows you the sickness of the white race, especially the schmucks. The sickness. Not a word for this. Not a word for something that is literally elephantine in its proportions. They can't see, they can't hear the victories. They can't see the victories. They are so poisoned. Their eyes, they have their blinders on. They have oil in their eyes. All the colors are reversed. They don't know victory from failure, from defeat, from triumph. They don't know. They can't discern. Their discernment is lost because of anti-whiteism. So they see a woman and they want to celebrate a woman several weeks back, and her name goes everywhere. Not a word for the atomic level victory of Heather MacDonald. That's going to tell you everything you need to know about the content creators that you listen to out there. That's going to tell you everything you need to know about them. What do they celebrate? What matters or what's irrelevant? What's changing the world or what is perpetuating the current victimization of the white race? All I can do, and all of the heroes who accrete to this endeavor, to this movement, to this white well-being, to this white positivity, all we can do is be right again and again and again and again, and have more demonstrations of it than we can count. If you're too dumb to get it, if you are too immoral to follow the morality of success, then I can't think for you. Get lost.
Welcome back to the Americano Show. Today we are going to be talking about Black Lives Matter, the second in our series about Black Lives Matter, because we are approaching the 5th anniversary of that summer, that extraordinary summer of 2020, when the world seemed to be going madder than ever. And I'm delighted to be joined to discuss.
Thank God he didn't say summer of love. Everybody who says summer of love needs a metaphorical ass whooping.
This subject by Heather MacDonald, who is a fellow.
Could you imagine the Israelis, a much healthier people than the white race, calling what happened on October 7th the 7th of love? Do you remember the 7th of love? Jesus. White race.
At the Manhattan Institute and the author of When Race Trumps Merit. Heather, you're joining us from California. Thank you for coming on. 5 years on from Black Lives Matter, how do you look back at that summer?
It was a summer of absolute anarchy and the near collapse of civilization, whose effects continue to be felt today every time an American goes to a drugstore and finds that the toothpaste is locked up and the criminals who are at risk of stealing it or not. We have ratcheted down our expectations for civilized behavior. We live on the edge of yet more mass looting events, mass anarchy events. Just this last Saturday in Los Angeles, there was a rampaging crowd that covered police cars with graffiti right next to them, broke windows, covered every retail establishment around with graffiti, subway cars.
Look at this.
Out of just sheer destructive venom.
Anti-Whiteism. Those are our subway cars. Those are our signs. Those are our cities. That's the civility that provides us the harmony we need to live our lives. They are robbing from us. Every single one of us, especially our children. They are robbing from us the harmony that we would feel in our lives. We don't get to live again. We don't get another shot at living our lives harmoniously.
So the perpetrators of the violence of that summer that we've put out of our mind, it's kind of like our response to the COVID insanity. We've just decided, let's not look back at that. The perpetrators were barely punished. We hear constantly about the January 6th Capitol rioters and their punishments, and anybody that was engaged in violence and attacks on officers on January 6th, of course, should be punished to the full extent of the law. But the people who spent days ransacking businesses, stealing from pharmacies, that have resulted in permanent closures and decimation of business districts in Minneapolis and elsewhere, we never hear about them. And the message was sent that this type of behavior will be justified in the name of, and I put this in about 3 levels of scare quotes, racial justice.
If that summer of 2020 was the sort of peak of near anarchy in the US, it's often said or thought today that the Trump administration is a kind of corrective to that. But from your description of America today, you don't think the correction has really happened yet?
Well, it's a question, what happens to a civilization when there's that degree of anarchy with no consequences? And we've had outbreaks since then of similar.
And why aren't there consequences? Because the actions are taking place in the name of anti-whiteism. That's why there aren't consequences, because anti-whites are in too many nodes of power, which we discovered during those anti-white terror attacks. They are in too many nodes of power. The acts were in the name of anti-whiteism. They won't be punished. If you and I went out there and did not even a thousandth of that in the name of defending the white race in the streets, everyone would be punished, not according to the letter of the law, but beyond.
Similar contempt for the law, whether it's the celebration of the cold-blooded assassination of a healthcare executive by Luigi Mangione, who became a folk hero, whether it's the attack.
I told you all that was anti-whiteism.
The terroristic attack on 2 workers for the Israeli embassy several weekends ago.
Anti-whiteism.
These and the attacks on Tesla dealerships, Tesla cars. The idea that you get to engage in violence for causes that you believe in, I think, has been normalized to a certain extent. Now, what the significance
Now,
of
there was the abstractionizing coming out there, the conservative, where she just spoke generally about a cause you believe in. And she knows very well. She's coming to the force of the House of Swash, pushing the healing concepts, the white magic into the world. And she is bright and clearly brave. So I suspect and hope we're going to see more out of Heather MacDonald.
Of the Trump election is up for grabs, and everybody wants to read into any event his own favorite causes. So of course, yes, I have somebody who has opposed racial victimology, who opposes disparate impact analysis, who completely disagrees with the analysis that America is today systemically racist.
And I would like to point out to people like Carl Benjamin and so many others of these online cucks that you're not going to be able to re-intellectualize and abstractionize and argue in a more erudite way, in a more urbane way than people like Heather MacDonald have done over the years. You're not going to be able to do that and get some sort of a better result. It's been done. And here's where we are today.
Would like to believe that the reason Trump was elected was because Americans have finally said enough with the race grift. We're not going to, the heterosexual white male is no longer going to accept being demonized on zero grounds. But I'm not sure. It may be that Trump was elected because the economy was bad or because he promised to close the borders. That having been said, he certainly has been very.
She is right. My God.
Grounds. But I'm not sure. It may be that Trump was elected because the economy was bad or because he promised to close the borders. That having been said, he certainly has been very busy in rolling out executive orders that do take head on the lies that the Black Lives Matter movement embodied, above all with regards to white Americans' inherited collective guilt and their ongoing alleged activities of white supremacy.
Well, a lot of those ideas, neo-Marxist ideas, they're often called, come from academia and university.
So this is the same abstractionizing, the neo-Marxist idea. But which neo-Marxism are you talking about? Totally useless. Been done. Everything's going down the toilet because of it.
And some of Trump's executive orders and some of his actions since he's been back in the White House have been to directly take on that sort of thinking in American universities, most notably Harvard. Do you think he's had any success there? Do you think those executive orders will bear fruit?
Oh, boy, is that a tough question. He's had success to the extent that there are a considerable number of universities who have actually disbanded their diversity bureaucracies. Of course, many of them have merely rebranded them. You have the same diversity.
I don't, there's a lot of Robbie Starbucks out there and worship, but like, oh, we defeated it. The conservatives won the culture war. Talk about counterfeiting victory. We'll be talking about that a little later. So don't go anywhere if you'd like to learn about that after we do our celebrating of our swashbucklers. But there you have it. A great example of somebody willing to speak the truth. Well, they just rebranded these things. And then we heard from Yiz the Unifier just the other day, looking at the investors, and there was only at most of any of these major international companies, at the highest 2% of the investors wanting anything anti-white. So it's not there.
Democrat that was in 2023 promoting books like Against Assimilation, Why You Should Not Try to Act Like White People, and now he's still there at Case Western Reserve University as a belonging officer. So there's a lot of fast business going on, but there are some schools that seem to have truly made some difference in their, at least in their bureaucracy. But he's also created quite a backlash because his means have been arguably beyond the legal authority that he has. He has not followed some arcane statutory and regulatory procedures for defunding universities, for punishing them under our civil rights laws, for discriminating against whites and Asians and Jews. And so he's managed, frankly, in many not just conservative circles or not just left-wing circles.
So what was I saying a moment ago about if Trump wants to have a lasting impact? She's pointing out that he has abridged. He's might have even broken laws. They're all going to just take this all back. If he wants to make a lasting impact, he's got to legitimize the concepts that put our people in another story that the media is not going to give voice to
make Harvard look like a virtuous David standing up against the thuggish Goliath, just because Trump's crusade against it is so arguably over the top. And I agree with Trump's analysis of universities 100%. I and others, it's not just me, have been sounding the alarm for 40 years about the fact that these institutions have totally betrayed their primary responsibility, which is to pass on a cultural inheritance with love and gratitude, and to educate students to the point that they can realize how unbelievably fortunate they are to be the recipients of so much beauty, so much sublimity, and so much brilliant conquest of natural mysteries and oppression, by poverty, by disease. But that having been said, I wish Trump were proceeding with a bit more caution. And I also think, to be perfectly honest, that he is using the anti-Semitism charge very pretextually. It is a stand-in for something that is much deeper, and a lot of his measures have nothing to do with anti-Semitism, yet that is the banner under which most of this is flying, and I think that's a mistake.
That's very interesting what you say about...
Thinks that's a mistake. What are the much deeper? What are the much deeper? Oh my God. Everyone who claims to care about white people should be felicitous at this moment.
Using anti-Semitism pretextually. Is that because in the world that we live in, one has to assume the language of an oppressed minority in order to get anything done? One has to talk in terms of oppression in order to combat the type of thinking that exists across American universities?
Well, I think it's yes, but I would say I might substitute a different set of victims, and I'm always reluctant to do anything. The left is always going to accuse you of, well, you're playing the victim card. If you point out just some factual aspects of our world, like if you're a straight white male trying to get into a selective college, you are completely penalized. That's just fact. That's not playing the victim. The reality in our world today is black privilege, not white privilege. There's not a single mainstream institution, whether in academia or in the business world, that is not tying it.
Appreciate the reality that there are millions of white people who are normal white folk out there, do a wide range of jobs, that will heed what Heather MacDonald and those like her will articulate. Appreciate that, please. Appreciate that.
Self into knots to try and hire and promote as many remotely qualified blacks as it can. But white males have a very hard time getting into medical school, into law schools today. So I would actually say that there is a denigration within universities of a culture and of certain individuals, but it's much broader than
a culture, certain individuals
of a culture and of certain individuals, but it's much broader than anti-Semitism.
Why now? Why now in these urbane circles where the legitimized intellectuals, the people who are paid big money, the people who are read by those in power, why now? She said 40 years she's been talking about how America is being ruined. What has changed? What has changed? This community. This community has changed. If we did not put these concepts out there, if we are not pushing this day in, day out and celebrating it, the conversation would still be about which type of Marxist is it? And did this originate out of the 15th or the 16th century?
It's as you know very well, Freddie, because you've been articulating this, it's a hatred for the entirety of Western civilization. The primary attitude of academia today is what the philosopher Paul Ricoeur called the hermeneutics of suspicion. Anything it takes up from the West will be done.
What does she mean by Western civilization? What does she mean?
Done in order to deconstruct it, to show that it's a power play. And so that's the key fact of universities today. The idea that their primary characteristic is anti-Semitism, I just think that's a bit facile. Yes, there are totally ignorant students that are involved in this group mania of conformity to feel like they are united against a enemy, which is Israeli Zionism, and that they are defending this underdog, which is the Palestinians. These students know nothing about the history. it is completely an ignorant reaction. But that, I think, that is going on. There are professors who encourage it. There is certainly a circumambient ideology against so-called, colonialism. We are in a post-colonial world.
The circumambient ideology. Wonder what it is. That just means enveloping. There's an enveloping ideology. So she is either already thinking what we talked about here, that anti-whiteism is changing because the complexion of the anti-white population is becoming darker. And so they're viewing more and more Jews as white, especially vis-a-vis the Israeli-Palestinian issue. So she's saying this circumambulatory ideology is informing that view, kind of like we talked about that here. But get ready.
But let's be honest, Jews per se, in hiring, they're not discriminated against the way they were 70 years ago. It's not that they're not being promoted because they're not seen as clubbable in the WASP Country Club in Greenwich, Connecticut. If they're not getting hired or promoted, it's not because they're Jewish. It's because they're white and they're male and they don't fit into the intersectional categories. So, I don't believe that Alan Garber, the acting president of Harvard, is anti-Semitic and he is Jewish, but
So she just pointed out what I pointed out. Do you remember we looked at that story written by that Jewish woman about how the Jewish males were being actors and in other parts of Hollywood were occasionally not getting hired anymore? We pointed out here, it's because they're perceived as white males, not because they're Jewish. The anti-whiteism is now, they're suffering it as collateral damage. Remember that last year?
Or his bureaucrats are. Now, some people in the diversity bureaucracies, those intersectional individuals, there's probably quite a few who are more conventionally anti-Semitic, and that correlates with being Black. Let's face it, there has been historically anti-Semitism in the Black community, and you see that now in the anti-Israel movement. But generally, I think that what ails the universities is not anti-Semitism; it's anti-Westernism. It's a complete just violation of their entire reason for being.
Okay, now you're literally seeing in this interview the walk. And why is the walk happening? House of Swash. You're literally seeing this interview just happened the other day. You're literally seeing in real time the walk. Now, Heather MacDonald, she's been out there in the vanguard talking about the attack on the West. If you've read anything that she said for many years, she's been very brave. But there wasn't this community to give her and Freddie Gray the new enveloping, the new circumambulatory ideology of white positivity. The concept anti-whiteism. Oh my God.
To what extent does that anti-Westernism overlap with anti-whiteism?
Look at this.
Violation of their entire reason for being.
To what extent does that anti-Westernism overlap with anti-whiteism?
The little nervous laugh there. This new thing that's being talked about. Wonder where it's coming from. Wonder where it's coming from. Man, my phone should be blowing up, baby. My phone should be blowing up. Oh my God.
Violation of their entire reason for being.
To what extent does that anti-Westernism overlap with anti-whiteism? Because I mean, if a government were to try and take up, the sort of the whites of rights, it would quickly be accused of being white supremacist, and so on. So
notice also, as I did, that when he said, to what extent is the anti-Western overlapping with anti-Whiteism? She didn't flinch. There was no sign on her face that she had a problem with that. So many of these others that are put in front of our face all the time, Rufo and so many others, they hate that. They hate that. This woman is a legit leader. She is a legit leader, like the woman I was talking about 25 years ago from Southern California. And got big salutes for Freddie Gray to say anti-Whiteism. My God, brother. He's sitting on a pear over there.
It would quickly be accused of being white supremacist and so on. So to what extent can Americans really talk about the hatred of white people in a fair-minded way?
It's absolutely tantamount. They are the same thing. Anti-Westernism and anti-Whiteism are identical. And yes, it is very interesting to see what's happening in the Trump administration. One of his main aides is Stephen Miller.
I got to hear it again.
Tantamount. They are
the hatred of white people in a fair-minded way.
It's absolutely tantamount. They are the same thing. Anti-Westernism and anti-Whiteism are identical. And yes, it is very interesting to see what's happening in the Trump administration. One of his main aides is Stephen Miller, who was involved in the first Trump administration. He started out working for Jeff Sessions, who was our strongest immigration hawk in the Senate. Sessions was Trump's first attorney general and his first.
Remember, this is not just like some woman. This is a woman who has been circling through and around and interviewed and lectures, all of these prestigious, reasonable, responsible, academic, highbrow thinking circles just said that. This isn't like somebody at the water cooler. This isn't just some other person. Everybody who cares about the white race should be, this is atomic level.
Administration, and then Trump, in this one of his typical adolescent tantrum fits, fired him. Sessions put in many of the pro-border policies that are now being reinstated in the second Trump administration, and he also put a real limitation on police consent decrees, which again has also been recently done by the current head of civil rights in the Justice Department, Harmeet Dillon. Stephen Miller was a border hawk during Trump 1. Then in the interim period, he founded a private law firm, a nonprofit law firm that did litigate on behalf of and try to tear down anti-white policies in government and in private sector. And now he's back in the administration, and you have Trump with his recent executive order, I think it was, or maybe it came out of the State Department, I don't know, saying that, well, we're going to grant Boers, Afrikaners in South Africa, asylum status because they're living through something close to a genocide in South Africa with the overt war on their land holding and murders. And this has created just an absolute level of hysteria in the American media. He's playing white politics. How dare he say that whites could ever be the victims of discrimination? You know, this moment was foreseen years ago by the race hustlers in academia, who came out with this formula saying that there can never be, by definition, there can never be discrimination against whites, because discrimination is a combination of power and privilege. And because whites have power and privilege, they can never be discriminated against. It's only blacks who can ever be discriminated against. And so that would, come into play again here with the left saying that by definition, no white can ever be the victim of discrimination. So Trump is coming very close and may have in passing at various moments to saying, yes, in fact, it's white people who are the targets of discrimination today. And I would like to see that go further, frankly. As a matter of pure logic, if every other, it's white people who are the targets of discrimination today. And
you have to appreciate This is like the crowning cap of the pyramid, circles of the intelligentsia for the white race in Western civilization. That's what she circles through. That's what her caliber of education is. Those are the kind of people that she speaks to. You have to appreciate this. You really, and I am in like another, I have been in, since I saw this, another orbit. So many years. You have no idea how many times I had people tell me, both cucks and schmucks, that the concept anti-whiteism was ridiculous. Nobody would ever say it. You know how many times that Mark, that clown, told me no one would ever say it? That it was sounded ridiculous? You know how many times? He said you might be able to get people to say anti-white, but you'll never get them to say anti-whiteism. It's a joke. It sounds ridiculous. And so many in that audience said the exact same thing. For decades, I've been fighting uphill against that with few friends, and I think they're all here right now almost, with the exception of a handful of few. And now look, from the pinnacle.
And I would like to see that go further, frankly. As a matter of pure logic, if every other group gets identity politics, it as a matter of pure completeness in your conceptual scheme, why shouldn't white people? Either we none of us have this, and let's just get rid of the whole stinking schema whatsoever, or let's make it universal, and every group gets to claim some kind of identity solidarity, and be able to say that our culture had something to offer, which is clearly the case. Western civilization happened to be demographically white. It came out of Europe. That's just the facts, folks. You can't change that historically. Yet no civilization has done as much for world humanity as the West. That too is just objectively true. When you look at
And she just said the West was white people. You got to love this woman. All these naysayers. And now, to tie it back into our lesson of the day, counterfeiting victory, you watch as content creators out there who are Jew-spurgs and schmucks, anti-non-whites of various types, you watch as abstractionists from cuck circles all now try to claim that their conversations moved the Overton window enough that Heather MacDonald could say the exact same words that Jason and the House of Swash are pushing. I am in nirvana. Holy
pace of scientific and technological development that began in Britain, in the Royal Society in London in the 17th century, and then just picked up steam and went gangbusters in Britain in the 18th and 19th century with the Industrial Revolution and the conquest of biological ignorance. It's stunning. Everything we look at in our world today is a product of Western innovation, and our political theories are also a product of Western civilization. And I mean the theories that the left fights in the name of equality and tolerance, those are uniquely Western ideas. And yet we're only allowed to say that we're the source of oppression. And again, like you've got some great thinkers there, Nigel Bigger, who has exploded that myth. And we should know that every other civilization has been as imperialistic, as ruthless, as cruel, as slavery perpetrating as the West, but they all get a free pass.
Well, I suppose another thing that Western civilization has created is this self-criticism that sometimes...
Biospirit of the West saying his mouth fell open when he listened to this interview. It's awesome. I don't think... Let's see, where are we at? No. Near the end of the interview, as you can see, we're rolling up at the top of the hour when we celebrate the work that we do with these concepts that have made this happen. Here's the thing. These are the marching orders. We have to support Heather when she uses these concepts. We have to make her feel emboldened. We have to make her feel like the champion that she is, the hero of Western civilization that she is. She stands leagues higher than so many of these boys in the bodies of adult males who can't say the truth, who now will slowly gin up some courage because this wonderful woman has had the courage to stand up and say it like it is, to say the truth. We need to be that bolstering energy for her. Her name should be on our lips. Everyone should come to know who she is. When she talks about, when she talks about the Western civilization being the white race, and therefore anti-Western being anti-whiteism, they are the exact same thing, she said. They are the exact same thing. We need to be the chorus there so that she has an army of heroes saying exactly, you are exactly right. That's what we need to be. Biospirit of the West getting it immediately when he saw this. Mouth fell open. He said, I am glowing. This has been my life's work. This has been my life's work to legitimize these concepts, to get them into the mouths of our people. And here we are, victory after victory after victory. If you have the ears, if you have the understanding, you know how powerful this is. So, folks, when you hear these other content creators saying they've moved some Overton window within the anti-white narrative, and that's why this is, they are counterfeiting victory. They are liars. When they say that they have somehow these people who are either cucks or schmucks. Now, we do have concentric circles around this community that to various degrees are white positive as well. And they have also been putting their shoulder into it. Maybe not necessarily swashing exactly like we swash, but talking about the victimization of our people in a white positive way. With a white positive, folks, with a focus on us, a righteous focus on us in love and wanting to end our victimization because of love, because we love our people and we don't want to be victimized anymore. And they too have contributed to this change in the atmosphere of the polity across Western civilization. But nothing can be taken away from you all, my friends. These are the actual words that I was mocked, that I was ridiculed for, that I was kept from speaking roles for over the years. Again and again and again and again. I get to somebody you really respect. Somebody you really respect has kept me out because of my strange words. Because of these strange words, has worked behind the scenes to keep me out because of my strange words. How strange are they now? Why isn't my phone ringing? Kiss my white ass. Oh, shit. Damn, folks. This is a victory beyond victories. Pat yourselves on the back. Gird yourself for the struggles to come, ladies and gentlemen. And when we come back in just a moment, we're going to be celebrating some of that activism right here.
Loving your people is like coming home. No one knows you like family. Until you do, you'll be alone. Loving your people is just letting go of all the lies and the self-hate that you've ever been sold. Love ain't no streets, populous. Love ain't no streets, brother of mine. The bonds of blood between us transcend space and time. Just love your people and become whole. Find your role eternal as part of the folk soul. Ave nostris populus. Ave nostris populus. Ave nostris populus. Ave nostris populus. Loving your people is like coming home. No one knows you like family until you do. You'll be alone. Loving your people is just letting go.
Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says. What exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era.
And we are going to be celebrating. Now, let me know that you can hear me okay. We're going to be celebrating our swashbuckling. It's the first stream for the month. And so the crowd should be cheering. I hope they are. And we're going to be celebrating. We begin with the honors roll call. And it begins at the very top of that at the all-stars of the honors roll call. It appears that the mic is working indeed. And these are the people who financially gift every month to me by way of a couple of options, including Subscribe Star. And without even thinking about it, we're going to celebrate these people, and we're going to keep rolling. We're going to get back to some of this epic news. Kiss my white ass. Mark Collett saying, that's cringe. Anti-whiteism is cringe. White erasure is cringe. Over and over. Let's begin the celebration. Heading on over to the all-stars of the honors roll call, and we begin at the very, very top. And we give it up for Promethean Healing. Let's let Promethean Healing feel it, ladies and gentlemen. He's the all-star of the all-stars on the honors roll call. And we'll continue with the all-stars. Marie Curie, you know, the powerful Marie Curie. She's in the all-stars as well. Let's hear it for her. Western Sunrise is in the all-stars as well, rocking it out in the honors roll call. Let's see who else is there. We also have the great one and only Joseph is in the all-stars on the honors roll call. Let these heroes know. Big salutes, 07s, fire, hearts, fireworks, ladies and gentlemen. And let's keep it rolling with the rest of the honors roll call. We have Tamara is there. Mother of Victory is there. Southern Bloom, Maverick, Zanazak, celebrating every one of these people. Greg is there. Save Western Civilization Now. King Petrus is there. Keep It White is there. CKO is there, ladies and gentlemen. Tiny Squeesh is there. Wilhelm is there. Mark and Hartman are both there. So is June. So is Your LG. So is Deceit, as well as Promethean Reckoning. And then finally rounding it up, we have Scott at the honors roll call. If I didn't get your name, make sure you reach out to me, tag me, send me a message, let me know somehow your name wasn't showing up just then. It doesn't mean that it's not working properly, but do make sure that it is. Let's give it up for everybody on the honors roll call. They financially gift every single month without a single thought to financially gifting. That's how committed they are to white Wellbeing. Ladies and gentlemen, we got to head on over to a bunch of these victories. And boy, we've got victories, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank Ivan the Harbor. I want to thank Franklin. I want to thank Biosphere of the West and Hoyt McCoy, all showing up on Don Jr.'s shows to swash over there. And what does swashing mean? It means sharing our dialectical and lexical armory in the live chat so that moral content creators and moral people in the audience will pick them up, and they have. And Don Jr. has. And as a consequence, Donald Trump said anti-whiteism was a problem in America and that it couldn't be allowed either back in April of 24. Big salutes to all of these people. Keep it going as well for Franklin Ator, who accumulates and gathers most of these victories for us to celebrate here today. He is hard at work doing that. He often is in the live chat, troll slaying, and of course, he does some epic swashing by doing the minutes on these Church of the West Sunday gatherings. Give it up for Franklin. We want to give it up. Oh my God. Oh my God. You're not even going to believe this. I got to put it up on the screen because it's so almost unbelievable. Give it up now for the swashbuckling generals down under in Australia, ladies and gentlemen. This is truly something that you would not even believe. They have gotten a political party on its front page. Australia First political party. So many moral people in this party. Take a look at this on the first freaking page. Read, go free, change yourself, and change the struggle. I wonder if I click on it and it changes, will it show? Oh, it does. Take a look. Oh my God. Everybody on your feet. These guys, these swashbuckling commanders down under are something special. They are different. We got Eric down there. We got Porridge down there. We got the Thunder Lunda down under. And who name the other guys that are in and participating in the GFC in Australia, accomplishing this and so many more swashbuckling successes. Political party. I mean, this is unbelievably glorious. Who's doing it? The Australian Go Free Club is doing it. Give some big salutes to these champions. God bless them. My God. Let's keep it going. Really, get on your feet for those guys. We have more epic swash. Get this. A Norwegian mainstream conservative platform. So just like in the States, you have the mainstream conservative outlets. This is a mainstream conservative platform in Norway. The host, because of the swashbuckling of Olav and everyone else swashing over there. Let's give it up for these swashbuckling commanders over there, changing the conversation in Norway. I told you, Go Free works in every Western language because anti-whiteism is the same in every Western language. Give it up for Olav, everybody on your feet, because these swashbuckling champions have the host now saying this on the mainstream conservative site, quote, there is an anti-white attitude that is very widespread now. I don't know how to put words to it anymore, but there is clearly a hatred against the white people. Oh my God. Oh my God. Phone, why aren't you ringing? Not only is it working in Australia, not only is it working in America, in just this swashbuckling of just this Church of the West, it's also working in Norway. Oh, we are the change agents of the world. This is for real. This is strategy, application, success. Give it up for Olav and everybody working with Olav. Let's get their names if they want to be known. Let's get their names into the live chat, please. Quadruple 07s to those heroes. Nothing but fireworks. Oh my God. We go from America victories with Heather MacDonald to Australia political party to the mainstream news source in Norway. Let's celebrate all of the meme mavens, all of the swashbuckling commanders who are creating these epic memes. I show a bunch of them at the beginning of every Sunday Church of the West with your hierarch, Jason Kuna. They all come from these folks that are, these are not AI. These are brilliant memes, and the OT that West is in charge of. And if he's there right now, and if I don't know if he wants to call out anybody individually, but there are a handful of completely magnificent individuals heroically creating the memes, sharing these memes that are getting reposted. Give it up for them. Let's give it up for attorney Andrew Branca, who just used in a broadcast the word, again, anti-white. And, Tree Godfather's over there swashing all the time. And this Andrew over there, he's got a huge channel. He's clearly a moral guy, and he can see, and he's willing to, when he is given the moral concepts with which to defend the white race, Andrew Branca can use those concepts. Heather MacDonald can use those concepts. The mainstream conservative platform in Norway can use those concepts. A political party in Australia can use those concepts. Oh my, there is no arguing. How many times? This is unreal. This is unbelievable. We really got to celebrate too. People who helped, swashbucklers who went on a specific mission for white well-being. A specific mission for white well-being coming up to the conference, the Will to Power conference. We've got to celebrate every single one of these people by name, because on top of all of their regular duties, these individuals gave their time, gave extra time, extra charity to white well-being, extra. They do it because of the love. They were out there. They laid the groundwork for the success that I had. So just know that whatever success I had, it was that swell in that body of positive momentum came from these people. It would not have been the same without them. Let's get on their names right now. Fornull, TM, Homeless Bear, Justin McDaniel, The Ivan, Dandy Westman, Anglo-Saxon and WG, Jay Bishop and Biospirit of the West. Then we also have VV, Ye Old European, Like Comedies, The Blue Flame, and again, working on that end, Biospirit of the West. Ladies and gentlemen, big salutes, big salutes to these heroes. Make sure that you celebrate them for laying the groundwork for the success that I ended up having at that conference. Let's also celebrate Tom Sawyer, some of our video clip makers. Tom Sawyer just made a clip and did a magnificent job with it. Let's give it up for Tom Sawyer. Let's give it up for Clean of White Noir, making clips and posting them of these videos, which Church of the West is 4.5 hours long. It's glorious, but people don't always have time for that, so it's got to be snippets, and they do a great job. Really give it up for Tree Godfather. The man is an absolute machine. He is a machine. He's turning out clips. He puts little bits of this and that in the clips. They could be funny. They could make them more efficacious. The meme, the clip makers, ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate them. Anti-whiteism ends with you, folks. Anti-whiteism ends with you. Just beat the case where they were trying to fire him. He used concepts from Go Free, and they tried to fire him because of it and failed. Let's give it up for the great Anti-Whiteism ends with you. My God, what an epic proof. Could you imagine if he was using something else? Let's celebrate another sector from which we didn't expect to see a victory. The Unz review, Unz.com. You probably have read it numerous times. There's an author over there called Sigrid Christensen, and he just posted an article titled Destination 1982, Wilmot Robinson's Ventilations Then and Now. It's a sophisticated, of course, publication, Unz Review. And the article is academic. And what did he use in this article? What did he use? He used two concepts that you're going to know very well. Anti-white and Westernkind. Anti-white and Westernkind. Give it up for Christensen over there. If you are a member, or if you don't have to be a member to leave a comment underneath of the articles, I think the audience might be taking a breath. If you are able to leave a comment, get under that article and tell Christensen that God bless him for using anti-white. God bless him for using Westernkind. Westernkind was another one that I was endlessly ridiculed for introducing. Endlessly ridiculed for introducing, including by Mark Collett. Boy, he's how wrong can this guy be? Endlessly ridiculed. Give it up for this. Sigrid Christensen. Destination 1982, Wilmot Robinson's Ventilations Then and Now. Support his use of anti-white and Westernkind. Let's go ahead and get up on the screen right now, the swashbuckling, so we can get back to our news, your comments and questions. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. And those who were seen dancing were thought to be insane by those who could not hear the music. Let Friedrich Nietzsche speak to all those in the cuck circles and all those in the schmuck circles that see us celebrating, and they're like, what are they even celebrating for? Anglo-Saxon and WG. He's got several here. We'll read this one. 2,200 plus views under I Am Yes, You Are No. White erasure hits like a sledgehammer, obliterating the pillars of Western civilization, our norms, mores, and cultural cohesion. Once you see it, the devastation is undeniable. Anti-white oligarchs have framed multiracialism as progress, but it's a deliberate attack on whites, exploiting our individualism in a world of cohesive collectives. Unless whites unite as a people and reclaim what's ours, the West collapse will harm everyone, whites and non-whites alike, because only the integrity, ingenuity, and biospirit of whites can sustain our civilization. Give it up for this swashbuckling commander. He's got a couple more. Anglo-Saxon NWG. Also, he continues to produce new epic music. Here he is again. Have a look at this. Screenshot it and read it later, or pause it and come back to it and read it later. He's reaching almost 2,000 individuals under I Am Yes, You Are No's content. Again, where is this all coming from? The House of Swash. And folks, people see it. They see what you're doing. They see the victories. Was that? Okay, there's that one. Then there's this one. Screen capture, celebrate. We're going to be celebrating a little clip of that. Screen capture this. This is Anglo-Saxon NWG, again under I Am Yes. Almost, again, 2,000 of his audience, individuals. So when they're all using it, you know where it's coming from. It's coming from Anglo-Saxon NWG, bitches. Here you have the great Cool, the great Papa, the great J Magic, swashing under the Lotus Eaters. Don't let the conservatives try to keep the conversation confined to South Africa. In every single one of our countries, anti-whiteism is dominant. The same anti-white narrative that is driving this spans the globe. Working on 500 likes from that audience. Give it up for Cool Papa J Magic. Here he is again, a little bit longer. Screenshot this one or pause it, come back to it. Over 200 likes, this time under Sargon of Akkad, Carl Benjamin, again pointing the conversation back to what really matters, and it's the victimization of Westernkind. Celebrate this swashbuckling commander. Here he is again under Tucker Carlson, 743 likes on this post. The conservatives need to get serious about dealing with anti-whiteism. You want to know why? Heather MacDonald, the conservative publication in Norway, the political party in Australia, the victories we've had all over the United States and Canada, the victories we have all over the UK, Germany, Italy, and more. It's because of this. Give it up for, and then he's got another one under here. We're on the 2 now, working on 1,000 under from Tucker Carlson's audience, 1,000 people. And then you got this guy writing, not a member of our community that I recognize, you are 100% spot on. That's changing the world, ladies and gentlemen. Here we have the great Hans, the skipper. Celebrate Hans. He's under Mike, Kloppy. And here he writes, the great Hans, anti-whiteism is everywhere. The non-white, ancient European anti-white narrative provides the same, quote, stolen land pretext to deny European whites ownership of Western civilization. White people came, we saw prehistoric peoples and created Western civilization. Working on 6,000 people that saw this post over on this Mike Kloppy's channel. Give it up for Hans the Skipper. He's back again. This time he's under News 24. He's working on 7,500 up to 8,000 people who turn to this News 24 for news with crime as a consequence of the white erasure of our Western norms because of anti-whiteism, which is the social morality of the West. Anti-whites in charge share responsibility when they insist on special privileges and freedom from responsibility for anti-whites. What are we doing? What are the swashbucklers doing here? They are sharing the dialectical and lexical power of the Go Free dialogic, and people are able to pick it up as a consequence. Homeless bear. Over here under I Am Yes, You Are No's audience, working on 10,000 audience members seeing this. Our Western norms and societal expectations have been or are being white erased everywhere. And it's a great meme right here that this swashbuckling general is sharing. Everybody salute the homeless bear. Celebrate him for his efforts. He's back again under I Hypocrite with another 10,000 and hundreds of likes and retweets. People seeing this, 10,000. The second she pulls out the R slur is when that conversation should have come to an abrupt end. We do not tolerate anti-whiteism in this establishment. Get out now. Give it up for Homeless Bear. Empowering all of these people, empowering these audience members with the tools that liberate us, which are now percolating up into the most prestigious and erudite circles across the West. Biospirit of the West, ladies and gentlemen. Working on 10,000 views under Representative Brandon Gill's audience. 10,000 people that turned to Representative Brandon Gill reading this. I know you think this was a gotcha moment, but what did it accomplish? You repeatedly used two anti-white slurs, racist and white supremacist, reinforcing the anti-white narrative. The witness is more accurately described as an anti-white rather than names of her choosing, quote, liberal activist and, quote, Democrat. Use of their anti-white terminology merely legitimizes her anti-white ideology. Celebrate the leader of the OT. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Biospirit of the West. Brilliantly written. The dialectics were perfect. There you have it. Definite anti-white feeling in the country that can't be allowed. We did that, and we got one video. We're going to share. Where is that video? I'm not seeing that video, but it will take now but a minute to put it back up on the screen as it disappeared. Ladies and gentlemen, celebrate both. Celebrate Freddie Gray as well in this video clip because he used anti-whiteism, and the great Heather MacDonald.
They're not getting hired or promoted. It's not because they're Jewish. It's because they're white. and they're male, and they don't fit into the intersectional category.
To what extent does that anti-Westernism overlap with anti-Whiteism? Because I mean, if a government were to try and take up, the sort of the whites of rights, it would quickly be accused of being white supremacist and so on. So, to what extent can Americans really talk about the hatred of white people in a fair-minded way?
It's absolutely tantamount. They are the same thing. Anti-Westernism and anti-Whiteism are identical. And yes, it is very interesting to see what's happening in the Trump administration. Then in the interim period, he founded a private law firm, a nonprofit law firm that did litigate on behalf of and try to tear down anti-white policies in government and in private sector. And now he's back in the administration. Trump is coming very close and may have in passing at various moments to saying, yes, in fact, it's white people who are the targets of discrimination today. And I would like to see that go further, frankly. As a matter of pure logic, if every other group gets identity politics, as a matter of pure completeness in your conceptual scheme, why shouldn't white people?
Give it up, big celebrations. We'll be right back. Wow. What a ging day. What a day. What a day. I take a weekend to head on down to have a totally glorious, victorious, and to be with all of these heroes that in various ways are pushing in white positive ways and changing the field, changing the milieu, the tapestry of our society so that we can take advantage of opportunities. And we rock it out there. We have huge successes. And it was just the week before when I was rummaging through for this gag that I wanted to play while I was down in South Carolina and came across one of my old productions from 2009 that I shared with you all and brought that up and showed you all there, pushing anti-whiteism, 2009. Of course, I was pushing it before then, but that production from My Nation, My Fight, The American New Right was the project. Shared that, and then we had this just absolutely glorious, everybody should be celebrating, carrying Heather MacDonald. But what we really have to do is we have to be there for her. When she talks like this, we've got to support that. If anybody pushes back on her for talking like that, we have to go after them. We have to be that force. Man. West, can you believe it? Can you believe it? Cool Papa J Magic, can you believe it? Cindy Ben, can you believe it? Slots, can you believe it? Just as amazing. Red Dog is with us. Carlos is here. Hello. Raymond Foster is with us. Good to see you. I'm still getting over the cold. The cold made a comeback. It was weird. I was feeling perfectly back to normal. And the cold was like, here I come. I'm not done with you. But nothing. I am so happy. You please join in this enrapturing moment. Because there is nothing like pushing a lifetime again for white well-being against not only the anti-whiteism that is just replete. We are fraught with it across the West. Poisoned minds, the selfish individualism of our people. But then And our circles with people are supposed to be friends. Your weird words, your goofy words, I would explain how they work. They couldn't argue that they wouldn't work. All they could use is childish, just puerility against me. Oh, well, they are cringe. Those words are cringe. Nobody will ever say that, Jason. Nobody will ever say that or work behind the scenes. No, I don't want Jason speaking here. He uses a lot of strange words. There should be like everyone showing up from all of the years, showing up, like banging metaphorically. We are so sorry. What if we had listened to this sooner? What if we had helped instead of hindered? All right. Let's keep this going. Westernkind just used on Unz Review. What a great guy that author is, huh? Shit, we just had some low-life schmuck, another one of the schmuck category, say, never would use Westman. Okay, well, a guy with 5 times your education and influence is. So, and he's going to influence 100 times, and the people that he influences are going to be good, productive, moral white people. Okay, you can be wrong. Let's keep this celebration going for Anonymous, who has sent in $50, 50 White Wellbeing dollars. We have a couple of celebrations for people financially gifting and the one piece of mail. And we're going to get right into the lesson of the day and any comments or questions you have. So tag me as No White Guilt. Get those comments or questions ready. You can post them across X, YouTube, Premium, Rumble, Up and Running, D Live, and Odyssey. I'll be looking in all of those locations. But let's hear it for Anonymous. This guy is unstoppable. $50 from Anonymous coming. Not every Anonymous is the same Anonymous, so just appreciate that reality. $50 coming in from this hero once again. God bless you, Anonymous. Over here on the Dude Bro Moment platform, this guy owns the platform. Dude Bro Moment. He financially gifts today $50, 50 DB. But he also ran in on my impromptu, and so I didn't see, because I wasn't thinking there was going to be a financial gift, $50 there as well. So let's give it up for $100 from Dude. You should say his name with solemnity. Dude Bro Moment. He is like the seasons, $100. And what does he always write? He writes for White Wellbeing. Let me ask you something. White people out there in their millions will be able to hear about a guy that every single stream is showing up. $50 for White Wellbeing. $50 for White Wellbeing. And they're going to say, that's one moral SOB right there. That is one committed, moral, some bitch. And they're going to be able to get for White Wellbeing. Not anti-non-white, not some abstraction to put an end to the victimization of white people. True respect for Dude Bro Moment. And keep it going for Hyperborean Dream, ladies and gentlemen, who is putting together his own streak as well. $25 over here on the Dude Bro Moment platform, aka Entropy. $25 financial gift celebrating, and he writes in his streak of financial gifts for White Wellbeing around the globe. For White Wellbeing around the globe. God bless you, brother. Hyperborean Dreams got a streak going now as well. I mean, look at the streak that Dude Bro Moment has had going. Isn't that insane? We will refresh over here and see if we have anybody to celebrate. And then we will come back to all of the other financial gifts. Do it. Do it loud. Do it proud. Lay on your car horn if you're driving down the road. Turn your emergency flashers on. Lay on the car horn for Corey. Corey, right now, financially gifting $50. The guy who has been in the stream in between shifts. This is the kind of commitment you get out of moral white people who are here for love. The great Corey, $50. All of our victories. Oh, he's saying something genius. He is saying something genius with his gift. All of our victories are defeats for anti-whiteism. Yes, they are. Give it up for Corey. What a champion. What a beast. Let me swivel around and see if we have any to celebrate on Rumble or Odyssey. And then we will circle back and we will get everybody. All right. I don't see any on D Live or Odyssey. On Premium Rumble, though, we have the great, the one and only Land of the Fake, Home of the Gay. $5 financial gift. God bless you, brother. Really appreciate it. He says, congratulations on the huge, all capitals, victory. Jason and community. God bless the white race. And then 3 white hearts. Folks, thank you so much for that. Thank you so much. Beautifully written. It is a huge victory for this community. Every single one of us. It is a massive victory. And we are all able to do more because of the work of our brothers and sisters here. How amazing is this? Thank you so much, Land of the Fake. And good to see you. I'll be circling back around also for any tags and comments. We have here the great Yiz the Unifier. $5 financial gift. Thank you so much, Yiz. And she says, with those $5, weekly folk tithe for White Wellbeing. And to make sure to catch Yiz the Unifier on her show, Discordant Dragons tomorrow. Panel show starts at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I will be there in the live chat. It's a hell of a lot of fun. Now, is Fornell still with us? Is Fornell going to be on tomorrow? Because sometimes our Dragon Mondays, you have Discordant Dragons at 6 and then Dragon Synth Adventures at 8:15. Both of these p.m. is Eastern Standard Time or Eastern Time. I'll be at both of them if they both roll, or at Discordant Dragons by itself, then I'll be there. We can chat, build the community. Make sure you turn it on so that there are views. Even if you're busy, you got other things to do. Colonial Dame is with us on the live chat on X. Good to see you. Celebrating with us. Nice. I don't think I've missed anything yet. We'll be getting to your tags. I'll look back through 4 tags, but we do have a piece of mail. Into the mailbag we dive. Oh, yes. On this massive victory day. It's from Randy. Big salutes for Randy. We love Randy. Showing up in the mailbag once again. Let's get this man some salutes, saying everything he wants to say with 20, a crisp $20 gifted. God bless you, brother. Really appreciate it. Randy the Unstoppable. Raucous emojis for him. Crepitant emojis for the champion. God bless you, Randy. Thank you. I'll keep an eye out for any financial gifts that could come in during the rest of our gathering. But let me jump quickly to the announcement. We have one and, well, kind of 2, I guess. I'll throw one in here that's on my mind. And we'll get to the lesson of the day and your comments for the rest of the more than 50 or so minutes left that we are together on this glorious Church of the West Sunday, where all is possible. We have Lou Moore, whom I met again at the Will to Power conference. Great guy, smart guy. He has a show now, and he, of course, was the campaign manager during the presidential run for Ron Paul. And he has a show on Liberty News Radio. You can type that into a search bar, and you'll find it. His show is at noon Eastern Standard Time on that network at noon until 2 p.m., and it is indeed Eastern Time. The show is called Hour of Decision. It's 2 hours, but it's called Hour of Decision. Lou Moore, check him out this coming Saturday, 2 p.m. Also wanted to mention, we are going to find out how we can help out the great Congressman Steve Stockman. We're going to find out exactly how we can help him. We need to get him a pardon. We need to find out what we can do. He's been commuted, thank the good Lord, by President Trump, but there is more we can do. This man took the system on, this anti-white monstrosity, head on, because he was a patriot. He was a statesman. He wasn't just a basic bitch politician. And he has a wonderful wife, a strong wife. God bless him. Together they make a dynamic duo, and they hung together. And so we're going to find out how, in the coming days, how and what we can do for this hero. God bless the great Steve Stockman. We're going to be getting into the lesson of the day, which was, or is, counterfeiting victories. And I want to reiterate that, good Lord, you're going to see schmucks out there that just spurg out, anti-Jew spurging all day long, and they're going to be claiming. You're going to see people who slander blacks all day long, and they're going to be claiming. People who are over there on the cuck side, they're going to be claiming these big changes in the conversation. We are the people changing the conversation. And those in the expanding concentric circles who are also white positive, these are the people changing the conversation. Nobody complaining, nobody bad-mouthing non-white races is getting the intelligentsia to talk about anti-whiteism, to talk about anti-whites. Nobody who refuses to talk about white people being victimized as a group, a la cuckservatives, abstractionist cowards, none of them are getting the intelligentsia and a growing, every single day, growing number of ordinary white folks, extraordinary white folks, political parties in Australia, white folks, mainstream conservative news sources in Norway, white folks. None of them are causing the conversation to focus on us. Not the schmucks, not the cucks. Only those who are white positive. And we, my friends, are at the very core of that. So be on the lookout for the counterfeiting victories by these individuals, because they're going to be doing it. They don't have victories. So they've got to claim them to try to legitimize what they do, which is actually deleterious and harmful to the heavens. We will be able to find out who is legitimate, who is just a merchant on the right, because it's very easy to follow this trail to its source. Very easy. And it's to white positive people. It isn't to anti-non-white people, and it isn't to abstractionists. Very easy to follow this. So they're going to be talking about us. They're going to be talking about the white positives out there. Or they're merchants on the right, thieving, dishonest, self-promoting bastards. And that's a fact. I've been nice for years. Not putting up with it anymore. So, we had a couple of examples of this And a great example of this, I'll put up on the screen, counterfeiting victories. And it's important, it's really important to know the difference between or among real victories and those counterfeiting them. Because if the arguments are, here are a list of strategies that we can employ, naturally, you're going to look for what are the fruits of the strategies that are among the options. And if we do not invalidate counterfeited victories, then the new person, the average person, the neophyte coming to this conversation will not be able to see the good from the bad, the salubrious from the deleterious, the sanguine the saturnine from the sanguine. We need to invalidate them when we are discussing with our brothers and sisters who are new, or they are now wandering because maybe they've been in a circle for a while and it's not working out, and they're like, this doesn't seem to be working. And they are now evaluating the different options, the different stratagem. So, strategies. They argue, the people who counterfeit victories really are boisterous when they object to a comparison, because they know that they and their lack of a strategy is wanting. So they really get irate over it. That's why you see these kinds of responses that I'm going to show you here. Such a great example of counterfeiting, faking victories. Here you have an account called, really stupidly, White Guilt is Dead. White guilt will not be dead in our lifetimes. It will take generations of white people going free, treating ourselves for the poisonous ideas that have come in, that are in all the history books, that are in everybody's minds by way of entertainment as lived experience. It will take generations to kill white guilt. The statement that we make is a declaration of intent when we say no white guilt. It's a revolutionary statement in this age, because the principal mechanism by way we are victimized by anti-whites and anti-whiteism is by way of white guilt. We lower our defenses. We won't defend ourselves. You're fragile. You have white fragility. Great example of lower your defenses so we can victimize you some more. So here you have this 20-something chubby female, and she, so typical, regrettably, on X and other platforms, skyrockets to popularity, 60,000+ followers and climbing. And what did she share here? Now, mind you, she's been swashed on. Swashbucklers have, and she abjectly refuses to follow me, to get on board with White Wellbeing, because she has submitted, at least as far as we know, right, submitted herself to the schmuckery, to anti-non-white behavior. And regrettably, online, we see so much laudation for females that do this. And that's how they end up all going this direction. They all end up, so many of them end up going that direction because they want the pats on the head. That means so much to a female, to especially a young female. So she tweeted this, a clip from a very old television show. She says, "Wow, this is amazing. This is an episode on a series called Boston Legal. And what this little girl says is absolutely the truth. And I'm shocked," she writes, that the Jews allowed this to air on TV. Laughing with tears coming out emoji and applauding. That tweet got, let's see, I wonder if I can. That tweet got almost 100,000 views for pure idiocy. This was my response to it. So you can see in these schmucking circles, there's no strategy. There's no A, then B, then C, and that's how we get to Z for white people. There is God of the gaps. There is, like I was talking about earlier, you just look out at events in the world over which you exercise no control. You reinterpret any particular event, in this case, an episode on anti-white entertainment, reinterpret it to be your victory, a promotion of your ideals. Specifically, I guess she probably really liked the part where the little girl said, "It's a baby race. We're racing to have more babies." And then declare this a victory for their strategy of schmucking, bad-mouthing Jews. You just badmouth the Jews enough, and you'll end up with them slipping up and putting pro-white content in their entertainment. Really? So you see how important it is to invalidate counterfeited victories. She's going to go to a public that is regrettably showing up for this chubby little girl. And she's going to say, this is the way you go. This is how we have victories. Here's one of our victories. This is what you do. When that is the most harmful thing you can do for white well-being, is be a schmuck, be anti-non-white. To be of the opinion that the anti-whites want you to hold, that non-white people have to be harmed for white people to be well. This is what I wrote back, which regrettably, she's working on 100,000 views. This one, 3,300 views. I write, "Cupcake. Anti-whites allowed it on the air because it demonizes the white family. In this episode, the judge finds," I literally went and got the script, just so you know. The judge finds, quote, "This is a situation that touches two deep emotional chords in all of us. The sanctity of the family on the one hand, the distaste we feel for hate mongering on the others." So they portrayed a clean white family, well-spoken, clean white family, and framed that their concern for white people as hate mongering. That's the message they're sending. The clean white family who thinks this way is evil, condemned by the series. It goes a little deeper than that, though, by the episode. It goes a little deeper, and I'll share that in a minute. I write this: "Makes sense that someone with the childish account name White Guilt is Dead would conclude, this is amazing. Why do so many people turn to 20-something girls and boys for content leadership in our fight for white well-being? Even the painter said anyone younger than 30 years old didn't have enough experience to have a legitimate opinion. And that was in a time when people grew up a lot faster than they do today. In fact, I would argue that many people today are so neotenous, they never get to adulthood. They're children their whole lives." I write on, "This episode was aired in 2006, almost 20 years ago. This is not some new moving the Overton window because you're slandering you're being anti-non-white. This aired in 20 years ago to demonize the real Lynx and Lamb, daughters of April Gady. April formed them into a band she called Prussian Blue, a jab at the Jews. That's why the girls in the episode are singers. April and those around her focused on hating non-whites, teaching her daughters from that perspective. As a result, the real Lynx and Lamb, and we covered that here if you recall, just like nearly all children raised in such environments, have turned on those teachings and the movement and have publicly professed that they desire, quote, love and light instead. I wonder if Lynx and Lamb have been exposed to Go Free and the love of our people instead of the hatred of non-white people, the focus on crimes they might commit or their IQ or what have you. I wonder how they would have turned out. Derek Black, I added, Don Black's son, not only turned on those exact same teachings and the movement, taking hundreds of thousands of dollars from anti-Jew donations with him when he left, but he also became a girl. Now he's named Adrian Black. How sweet. That's really the path to go. White guilt is dead, girl. Stop getting your content leadership from 20-something girls. White race, it's pathetic. She had a response for me. And let's see if I can find where she was really not very kind, as you might imagine. We had the great tree godfather was there. Auden Party is over there. I just saw him. Let's see. It did have my response pulled up, but I think I have it printed here. And it's pretty much what I was saying from the very beginning. Of our gathering today, which is that it started off with a question about, could this have been slipped in? Could this have been slipped into that series? And I point out, absolutely not. This is called pacing and leading, not only for the episode, but for the series. Anti-whites, when they're creating their fiction, they're not going to accidentally put productive ideas in the minds of, for white people, productive ideas in the minds of white people in their entertainment. The only reason for showing anything remotely similar is so that they can gather up the people who are maybe inclined to adopt those thoughts or who have already adopted those thoughts, present that in the show, and then lead it to what people will experience as a lived experience, because that's how entertainment works, to the subconscious mind that controls the majority of our life, that it is considered anathema, reprobate, the people, the ideas, revolting. The respected judge handing down his conclusion to the audience that it's hate mongering, it's evil. What does that hate mongering mean? What does it want to do to non-white people? Not only for that episode, but for the series. You'll come back, white people will come back if they are inclined a little bit to concern for white people. They'll come back for the next episode and the episode after, where they will be further brain poisoned with anti-whiteism. So no, it's not an accident that it got in there. It's not a victory. It doesn't, chubby little girl, it doesn't empower white people to see reasonable views for white people. Like the little girl saying, well, we're just homeschooled and our parents love us and they feed us. And these are reasonable things. And we got the best scores on our tests, the state tests that we have to take. They show you that to then say, look at the evil that they're teaching these children. And they specifically used the real lynx and lamb to demonize those little girls who, for a number of white people, they were looking on at that time, and they were like, these are two cute little girls, and they're not very good at singing or musicians, but they're like singing about the maypole or whatever. That's kind of cute. Well, the anti-whites on Boston Legal just shared with you that the judge, the jury, the population will think that you are a hate monger for it. So no, chubby little girl, it's not a positive. I know you want it to be a victory because you don't have victories in being anti-non-white. But even the painter, the guy that you laud to the heavens, even the painter disagrees with you having an opinion and giving it publicly. Even he said you should keep your mouth shut. And I doubt seriously that he would want any young women to be heated. Let me pull up and see exactly. I really like her rage with me over it. Here is I just pointed out in my comment, the Overton window is moving. That was 20 years ago, my friend. I will always object to. So this is another thing, is when folks show up and they're like, why, when there's some big victory, Jason, do you always show up and criticize it? There ain't no victory, you tards. Vegetables, there is no victory here. It's not a victory to encourage white women to call blacks enners. That is not a victory. That was not the victory. Which, by the way, this same chubby little girl thought that was a victory. So that's one of the common things. Well, you're always such a downer. You're always showing them and criticizing these epical victories of ours. I will always object to the incorrect for the benefit of my community and therefore Westernkind. And nothing slips by anti-whites. This is a classic example of pace and lead, both within that particular episode and beyond within the series. This is also a classic example of counterfeiting success, for which the right is well known. Redefine events outside of their control, events that are not achieved by them by way of an applied strategy. Redefine those events as victories. They then use these fraudulent victories as proofs of the efficacy of their behavior, actions, arguments. That is counterfeiting success. Very clearly. If I don't see her response to me here, then I guess we might have to, let's see, maybe it's here. I love that after I wrote that, the original one, Tree Godfather put this guy dropping a microphone with an enormous explosion behind him. So true. Based, real. Skibbity. Oh, one of Westernkind wrote, truth nuke. Spot on, said CKO. I hadn't seen that one either. Winged Productions was there. Well, what did she delete her response? Couldn't be. Where the heck is it? Oh, and some of the other tangential conversations. I see Golden Honeybee. Good to see you there. Damn, maybe she deleted it. Oh, you know where I have it? I have it over here. Okay. Here's what the little chubby girl wrote with her skull mask. First last has just shown up. Skibbity. Good to see you, brother. This is what the chubby little anti-non-white wrote me. She said, in my opinion, that episode was good, and everything she said was spot on. In her opinion. Well, that means so much. You probably have a better opinion on breakfast pastries. You should keep it in that direction. I don't care what the message the Jews were sending, she says. It, I guess the episode or the message literally went the complete opposite. It just shows the naivete here, the childishness of it. I don't care. And could you imagine listening to a 20-something little girl or little boy? I just couldn't even imagine it. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care what the Jews wanted. They failed. It went the complete opposite. It's a victory for us because we've moved the Overton window. That was 20 years ago. I don't care. It literally went. So that's her profound deduction. So then she's really had it, right? She started off like that, but now she's really had it because she writes, "Oh, F off, Jason. No white guilt is literally your username," as though saying white guilt is dead and the rebellious statement, "no white guilt," are the exact same thing. Hardly. She says, "What? Get this. You're going to like this. What the hell have you ever done for the pro-white movement?" Says the 20-something chubby little girl. What the hell have you ever done? Such insolence. Such abject, pusillanimous insolence. What the hell have you ever done for the pro-white movement except bitching about other white people? So there you have that. She says, you are literally, boy, she uses literally a lot. Literally, I wonder if she was a feminist just before becoming a shield maiden. The shield of donuts. Just like the Earl of Sandwich. She's the shield maiden of donuts. Of breakfast pastries. No, over in the UK, they're called puddings. Of breakfast pudding. The shield maiden of breakfast puddings. She said, except bitching about it, you are literally anti-white. You're literally anti-white. And an embarrassment. You're literally an embarrassment. You complain about the most ridiculous things. Like, for example, you thought what Shiloh did was wrong. Well, there you have a misrepresentation of what we actually said. And we made it very clear everywhere, numerous times, in written tweets, in streams, in clips. The thing she did that was wrong was to call a black guy that could have beaten her to death and maybe beaten the white babies to death to instigate him with the word enter. I actually had a dumb son of a bitch guy in person. Dumb son of a bitch. He said, Will, I mean, literally looked like this. What'd you expect her to do? Not get herself killed? Who cares for her here? You or me? So yes, it was wrong for her to say enter. And I am encouraging all white women by themselves or with babies or whatever to not call adult black males enters. I mean, I can't believe that's like a revolutionary movement for these people, a revolutionary statement. Can you believe that? That bastard, he's anti-white. He doesn't want frail little white women with babies with him to incite violence from adult black males by calling them the one thing that can really set them off. What'd you want her to do? And then she says here, get this deep wisdom from Chubster. She says, the day Shiloh's video went viral was the moment white guilt died. I mean, this level of stupidity, this poor thing. This is, talk about embarrassing, talk about embarrassing herself. Maybe that's why if she did delete that response, maybe that's why she deleted it, because that is embarrassing. That tweet would not age. That post would not age well. White guilt is dead. The day Shiloh, that was the day that white guilt died. Wow. And she's got 60,000+ followers and growing. What kind of people would follow this rank stupidity? How many people, I don't know how many that Heather MacDonald has, but now that she has said what she said, shouldn't her follow base, if these people were, I mean, all 60,000, if they supposedly care about the white race, 60,000, shouldn't they all immediately follow Heather MacDonald? That's genius afoot in influential circles. Not the Betty of breakfast puddings. And then she says she wanted to follow up because it's, I guess maybe not everybody knows, but maybe enough people know that the painter said what I shared that he said. And then she writes back that he would laugh at you in disgust, Jason, for constantly bashing white people. What do you do with a child that's trying to put his hand in the fire? Do you smack it away? Or do you not? Do you celebrate it because he thinks it's cool? Well, if you care about the white child and all white children, you smack their hand away from it. This little cupcake needs to learn some respect. She has none. That means she deserves none. That's why I'm talking about the fact that she's chubby. She gave me no respect. She is asserting herself as a content creator, leader of thoughts, without any wisdom, without any education, without any history. And then when corrected, she doesn't respond with respect, which is what she should have done. I spent years after years after years being respectful of the older people, including older women, in the greater white sympathetic sphere. Biding my time. I will eventually have paid my dues in their eyes. I will just keep making sound logical arguments, keep showing results, and then eventually I'll get respect. Regrettably, didn't happen. Not even now. The phone's not ringing. But now you see online with the ability of a chubby little dumb girl to get online and get pats on the head that not even respect from them. Learn your place, chubster. You are in a position to give a massive apology. And I'll wait and see. I'm willing to forgive. Let me know. Because that's the kind of guy I am. All right. Let me refresh and see what you all are saying. All right. As if an automatic endorsement shows up right on time. Let's celebrate Overbee. $50 over here by Overbee. Thank you so much. Is this your first financial gift? 50 White Wellbeing dollars here. And she says, for White Wellbeing with it. Is this your first gift? Big salutes, $50. Thank you so much. 50 White Wellbeing dollars. Save the white babies. Save them. Wow, very glorious. Is she still in the chat? Big salutes. Let's get her some 007s and some crepitant emojis. Let's get her some crepitant emoji. Viking Warrior is already into it. Good. Ivan. Starlet is here. It is her first time financially gifting. Well done, sister. Well done. $50 to get started. Wow. Right on time. All right. I am pretty much yours, ladies and gentlemen. We will probably go about 10 minutes beyond the bottom of the hour. So make sure to get your comments in now. And so very excited over these victories. We have Colonial Dame saying she marketed the channel as much as she could. Well, appreciate it. That's some great swashing you did there, young lady. Great swashing. Thank you for the swashing prowess. Thank you for the bringing people to White Wellbeing. Big salute to you. Yeah, she pointed out she's aware that the algorithm is against us. And she said she got some more viewers. She went out there and she was like, hey, go watch this right away. And then pointing out that we broke 600 on X. Thank you so much. Great job. She said, Colonial Dame said she'll help in the near future, but she's broke right now. No, you just helped. You just swashed. That's epic. Thank you for that. All right. See if we missed it. Whoa. Keep those celebrations going. Keep the crepitant emojis going, ladies and gentlemen. Because we just had Sandwich. Is the Earl of Sandwich upon calling Sandwich $25. $25. Crepitant emojis. Rock us them up. Let's get some axes and some trees and some diamonds. Spawn Sandwich. $25. Thank you so much. Is this your first financial gift? Says, thanks for all you do, Jason. I love Go Free, and I'm using the lexicon with great success. The UK is on the brink, and the use of sensible language really helps to explain things to others. IRL, brilliant testimonial. You could add 100 zeros to that $25 for what you just said. I'm going to read it again. Big time celebrations. I love Go Free, and I'm using the lexicon with great success in the United Kingdom. So it's working in America today. It's working in Australia today. It's working in Norway today. It's working in the UK today. The UK is on the brink, and the use of sensible language really helps to explain things to others IRL. Sensible language appeals to sensible people, of which the vast majority is our population, our white brothers and sisters out there. For so many years I've had to deal with the fools saying, those people don't matter at all. They absolutely do. The normal, productive people who are leaders in their community or embraced by their community and their circles of influence, they matter the most. Not the people who are on the fringe. So well done. I love that. Sabaran a sandwich. You can write over here in the Tall Kevin widget, also known as the chat, on Entropy Dude Bro Moment platform. And you can let me know if that's your first financial gift. But I love that testimonial. I love it. Thank you so much. Beautiful. My goodness.
Sitting on the porch with you, pictures in your little hand. Ask me about our family name and where we stand. But we're writing our own story now. We're writing it together. Bit of line standing proud.
We're writing our own story now. We are writing our own story now. The author of this tune is in the live chat. Raymond Foster. Show him some love. Show him some love. Let me know that you can hear me. We have aliens exist saying our Earl of Sandwich is much smarter than call it. I agree. Looking for tags. Land of the Fake says, I swear everyone is an effing Fed but Jason. Thank you for that, brother. That's probably why all those Feds are all the time saying, he's a Fed. I'm looking for tags right now. So tag me as No White Guilt if you got something to say.
Every morning's brand new dawn. Just to show you what is
A
true.
lot of conversation over that's cool on Premium Rumble.
Tell my child what we've got to do. We have our own story now. We're right together. Head up high, standing proud. Standing proud forever. No need to hang our
Ivan Zahadable says recently an anti-white talking head named Chris Sampson on Twitter took credit for getting Ivan's account suspended, suggesting an organized group of anti-whites. Wow. We have to help Ivan get his account back, everybody. Chris Sampson at Samson Live on Twitter is the account taking credit for getting Ivan, I swear this guy is inimitable as a swashbuckler, getting his account suspended. We need to get Ivan's account back by whatever means, whatever we got to do. We got to figure it out. And so this is the guy taking a credit for it, saying it was a group effort to get Ivan suspended. What a anti-white POS. We have to come to the help of each other whenever this kind of thing happens. Big salutes for all of Ivan's hard work. He is not going to be silenced by that anti-white pig. All right, I don't see any other comments on Odyssey or D Live. Turn around to the YouTube. Tree Godfather says mostly positive even. I don't know what that was in reference to, but maybe you say above there. You were the topic briefly this morning in a space, and it was mostly positive. Well, how about that? I'd like to hear that. Thank you. You'll have to tell me more about that in DM. I see the feds celebrating the use of anti-whiteism all the time. Yeah. Yeah, the feds are jumping out of their seat, are bumping their fists, they're punching the air, full on Siamiki in their office. The feds are always up to that. And they go in real deep, like 3 decades deep. Good to see the Red Dog Nameless One is here. Tag me as No White Guilt. Ay, 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 ay. Pants is here. Congrats, Jason. Huge win. Thank you, man. Yep, JK160 is in the house. Good to see you. So is For White Wellbeing, the guy who made the epic video that we started the gathering with today. Thank you so much, man. The compounding victories have affected me with relief, says our in-house philosopher, the great Slots. It is way better to be gracefully white positive than to be roughly so. The context enabled by it enables grace. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very well written, as he always writes. Yeah, I think we all, Viking Warrior is here. I think we all can feel a little lighter in our efforts moving forward, at least for the near future with these victories. Hyperborean Dream is in the house. And Davey is here. Is that Stein? The Westman. First Last, of course, is the great First and Last is here. Good to see you. Commodus is here. And says he approves of her name being Chubster. I think that's what we should call her from now on. If you come across her, her name is Chubster. That's why she wears that mask covering all but her eyes. If she gets respect, I would act differently toward her. But you're not going to come to me and act that way when we're the people having success. Biospirit of the West writing vegetables. I can just feel like the contempt. Vegetables. Ugh. Cool Bubba J Magic saying, what a joke. Corey saying it's effing pathetic. Sloth saying it's gross and sad and also really damaging. Tanya Squish pointing out peddling fake victories, just like trust the plan, does nothing more than cause more harm and promote laziness. Well, precisely. And there was another member of the House of Swash that got into that thread. I wish I could remember who, that was pointing out, causing people to be idle. When you say, well, white guilt's dead now, you are causing people to be idle. Somebody else did something. What did they do? No. She called a black guy an N-er. Well, if that killed white guilt, well, then yeah. Instead of encouraging people to get to the hard work. Nexus Moon is here. Good to see you. Sloth said earlier, effing comedy. Looking for those tags. Folks, and remember to have it on live chat if you want to prevent at least some of the comments from being censored from your view. Rolling through. Thank you all for being here throughout the totality of the Church of the West. JB from Florida is in the house. Thank you, Jason, and congratulations. It's all for the whole community. Everybody's saying thank you to me is for the whole community. If y'all wouldn't have shown up, I'd have still been this lone guy with a handful of people, IRL. Well, that's the other thing I wanted to mention about the IRL. By our Earl of Sandwich, pointing out that you can use the lexicon in real life with your real face and your real identity and talk about things in a reasonable way. You know what you can't do? Antiwhiteism ends with you. Would the Hamas attack, the October of Love, be good a juxtaposition with anti-white terrorism from BLM as a good thought provoker? I wouldn't bring that up. I mean, if it was with a particular person who, for whatever reason, is overly focused with something that far away, rather than, you've got so much injury in our immediate lives. I don't know why a white person would give attention to anything else. It's just for distraction. But if there was somebody, you might be able to work that in, who was giving too much, you might be able to be like, the 7th of love. They wouldn't say that. Archangel. Chubrella is better. I like that. Chubrella. The pudding, Chubrella, the pudding of breakfast. The Westman says, great stream. Thank you so much, man. Ay, a Dame of Puddington, the mistress of Candy Corn Manor is her true title. Oh, man. Yes, the Dame of Puddington, the mistress of Candy Corn Manor, has come hard to insult yours truly. A lost pilgrim is with us. Good to see you, brother. Wow, let me take a quick look, make sure we didn't miss anybody. Every Sunday, we have an epic time together. It's an epic gathering of the Church of the West as we're getting ready to wrap up right now. We are sexy bear all over the place. Boss bear sexy, that's what it is. We are boss bear sexy all over the place. There's no stopping us. And we have victories galore, actual victories that are a result of stated plans put into practice by these swashbuckling chains. You should know all their names, these guys and gals. You should know them all. They're doing it. But this Sunday is standing out as a little bit extra special from many of the others. What a victory. What a set of victories today. All right. Doesn't look like we missed anybody over here. Turn back over here. The party will continue for me because this was such an amazing, so many trips away in my car driving, or if it was a flight to an event, flying back, sitting on the chair there and just thinking, damn, how am I going to persuade these people to take up what's logical, reasonable, what works? And there they're saying the nastiest things. Ivan pointing out that the guy who is claiming to have gotten Ivan censored on X also has a website. Is that R? What is that? RIS Samson.com. Is that what it is? I don't know why this person, obviously an anti-white, would, I get going after Ivan because he's so awesome. But then bragging about it. Blush says, I'm here because I love white people. So am I. We are simpatico. Thank you for that. All right. What a glorious. Did we find out, was Fernal here? Did we find out if there was going to be a Dragon Synth Adventures or not? Anybody know? Maybe not. We'll know tomorrow. Solid Blue Eyes is with us. Good to see you. Did you hear about all the victories? We're totally epic. All right. Well, feel like when you get so excited, when you get so animated, when you've been working for something so long and you say it will work. And remember, all of you all are early adopters. All of you are in at the very beginning. Think about all the people that are coming in later. You work on something for so long and you're like, it will work like this. I've worked it out. And you argue it. And you get disrespected. And you get slandered. And you get censored. And you get blocked out. And you're like, no, it's going to work. I'm going to stick with this. Everybody else goes these other directions and they get celebrated for saying this ugly thing about non-whites or that thing. And you're like, nope, I got to stay the course. And it works on a global scale. Imagine that. That's all of us, folks. We're doing this. Every single one of us. Make this week a magical week for White Wellbeing. You're writing the script for your participation in the book of the reclamation of our destiny, the book of White Wellbeing. Ladies and gentlemen, make yourself a bright, shining star, and I will be standing right beside you to make sure everybody knows it. God bless y'all. Let's go free.